Sa pagsikat ng araw, may dalang bagong pananaw. Naririnig mo bang busina? Palapit na ang pagbabago. Sama na, halika na.
Good day, everyone. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. Last meeting, we talked about inclusive education in our country, which is the Philippines. And this time, fasten your seatbelt because we are going around the world. We are going to talk about inclusive education in other countries. The question is, what's happening with inclusive education around the world? After listening to this video discussion, you will be able to share insights about the inclusive education in other countries. 148 countries, including the European Union, have ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or the UNCRPD, and 158 have adopted the convention. In December 2013 class, a report entitled Thematic Study on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities to Education from the UN Human Rights Council made clear inclusion and inclusive education is one of the key provisions of the UNCRPD. Article 24 commits state parties to developing an inclusive education system where disability should not prevent people from successfully participating in the mainstream education system. But this study demonstrates that although there have been moves towards inclusion, there are still many barriers, including lack of adequately trained teachers, accessible buildings, peer support, and challenging bullying, with much more integration than inclusion. The observations of the committee on the first 13 country reports also demonstrates a wide variation in practice. For example, in China is criticized for only integrating those with physical and mild visual impairments and for an expanding program of special school building. In Austria, which had developed moves to inclusion a decade ago, is criticized for lacking continuing momentum in this process. All 13 countries are urged to do more and reminded that the duty of making reasonable accommodations in the education for disabled people is not a progressively realized right, but must be implemented from the point of ratification. In March 2014, the Human Rights Council passed a resolution urging more to be done to implement the right to inclusive education. As these reports point out, implementing full inclusive education is a matter of political will, and where that consensus has been built, as in New Brunswick province in Canada, it can happen. In New Brunswick Policy Number 322 on inclusive education, it states that the following practices must not occur. Number 1, segregated, self-contained programs or classes for students with learning or behavioral challenges, either in school or in community-based learning opportunities. And number 2, alternative education programs for students enrolled in kindergarten to grade 8. The next question is, are we going to send all disabled children to school? Around the world class, we have much to campaign for in terms of developing inclusive education for all disabled learners.
My name is Ariel, and I just started my first job as a project manager. When I was a student,
The global campaign for education in United Kingdom is focusing on getting the 40% of out-of-school children who are disabled into school. Class, that is 24 million out of 57 million children still out of school. They have this activity entitled Send All My Friends to School, where they are going to give free pack for schools to work with pupils with KS1, 2, and 3. And this is an example or their practice in raising their awareness of this important issue about inclusivity. On the other hand, in England, we may feel that we are losing the battle in the argument for inclusion. Despite the weakening of the presumption of inclusion in the Children and Families Act of 2014, it is still there, with more than 90% of the 2 million disabled pupils and students attending schools and colleges. There have been big advances in many countries in getting millions of children into school, but the nature and quality of that schooling has not been adequate, with a recent survey of 350,000 pupils in East Africa, that includes Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, showing only 15% achieved expected literacy and numeracy levels. Class, when it comes to children with disabilities, as they are known internationally, the numbers in school in most developing countries, though there are no accurate figures, is likely to be less than 10%, and numbers completing primary education is less than 1%. So, as more children are successfully enrolled in school, the proportion of those out of school who are disabled are rising. Schools and learning are not generally accessible, and teachers do not know how to make reasonable accommodations or provide the right support. So the dropout of enrolled pupils with disabilities is high. Actually, class, there are many reasons why these are all happening. One of it is negative attitudes of parents and teachers, and actually that is the biggest barrier, followed by poverty parents. So children need to work so that they can provide for themselves and for their family. Next, of course, children can't afford school fees, even parents. Then, long distances to school, lack of accessible schools, and then lack of adequate teacher training. Let's talk about training all teachers for inclusive education. However, as demonstrated by the work for UNICEF on preparing teachers for children with disabilities, most teachers in developing countries get no training on including children with disabilities. If they do get training, it is based on special education needs model, where the focus is on separating the child from their peers to segregated classes and schools and focusing on what they cannot do from a medical model. There is an urgent need for all teachers, pre-service and in-service, to get twin-track training on including children with disabilities. There are actually two tracks. The first one is education based on principles of equality and child empowerment. That involves foundations and inclusive values which apply and are beneficial to all groups of marginalized learners and children. These includes the girls, nomads, rural, poor, child soldiers or orphans, those with HIV or AIDS, children with disabilities, linguistic and ethnic minorities, traumatized and displaced children. The principles to enable a child-friendly educational environment outlined by UNESCO are: first, equality and valuing difference. Number two, identifying barriers. And when you identify the barriers, of course, you can already find solutions. Number three, collaborative learning. Of course, these children needs collaboration and peer support. Fourth, differentiation and flexible curriculum and assessment. Fifth, stimulating and interesting multisensory learning environment. Sixth, an anti-bias curriculum. Seventh, child-centered pedagogy, creative with reflective teachers. And finally, quality education requiring rigor and effort for each child to achieve their potential. Class, the second track is
Ang nagmamahal, ang nagmamahal, nagmamagi.
Nothing brings out true confidence like a better job.
Is entitled Education Accommodating the Different Impairment Specific Needs of Children with Disabilities or Special Needs. Number one, we have for the blind and visually impaired pupils or students, we can utilize the Braille method, tactile maps and plans, tapes and text-to-talk, mobility training, large print, magnification, orientation, auditory environment, and talking instruments. For the deaf and hearing impaired pupils or students, we can utilize sign language, taught, and use of interpretation, oral or finger spelling, hearing aid support, visual and acoustic environments. For the deaf-blind language, we can use of interpreters, tactile environment, aids and appliances, and orientation. For the physical impairment, we can utilize accessible infrastructure, toilets and washrooms, furniture adjustments, equipment, prosthesis, use of personal assistance, diet, transport, and medication. For speech and communication impairment, we can use facilitated communication, augmented communication, that includes high and low technology, social use of language switching, talkers, and information grids. For specific learning difficulty, we can utilize colored overlays and background, easy read, tapes and text to talk, spell checkers, and concrete objects. For general cognitive impairment, we can utilize pictograms, small steps curriculum, easy read, scaffolding, Makaton, use of symbols and information grids, using concrete objects also is included. For mental health and behavior, we can utilize counseling and personal support, differentiated behavior policy, empathy, quiet chill out space, circles of friends, collaborative learning, and structured day. And of course, class, teachers who are assigned to do this in accommodating the different impairments, specific needs of children with disabilities or special needs, they need an introduction to screening, identification, and key adjustments for main impairments. Now let's go to Thailand. UNESCO Bangkok have produced a very useful online guide on how to go about implementing Track 2 in mainstream schools. This said, there are many examples of teachers developing the above expertise and including children with disabilities successfully. They are the exception rather than the rule and nowhere have come to scale. After several false starts, Tanzania is now working towards a more system-wide approach to inclusion of children with disabilities. Action on Disability and Development International have taken an overall responsibility for design, fundraising, implementation, coordination, monitoring, evaluation, and dissemination. The prospects for the coming period could change the few examples of inclusive practice into the norm, but there are two obstacles. Firstly, that is the pressure to marketize education increases, and more businesses view education services as the means of profit rather than a public good. Then, those who are seen as difficult or different from the norm will become an inconvenient truth, and as the currency of the market becomes standardized test scores, those who achieve differently or at a different pace will be squeezed out, and old models of segregation will reassert themselves. Secondly, as the world moves closer to all children being in school, the decreasing minority still out of school will not be funded. Class, the Office of High Commissioner and Human Rights have issued guidance to countries that they must consider disabled children when reporting on progress in establishing human rights. UNICEF have prioritized disabled children and young people in New York. Inclusive education class is present not only in those mentioned countries. The world is now embracing inclusive education. We need you, future teachers, to continue this inclusivity. Are you learning? I hope so. Thank you so much, everyone.
Sa pagsikat ng araw.
Inclusive education is a learning environment where children with and without disabilities are taught together as equals. This approach is different to more traditional approaches to the education of children with disabilities. Inclusive education is recognized by teachers, families, and policymakers to be a more beneficial way of ensuring that children with and without disabilities achieve their full educational potential. In the Philippines, the Inclusive Education Program aims to cater the educational needs of children with disabilities, street children, abused children, child laborers, children of indigenous peoples, and the Muslim children. This program is being strengthened in the country because of the following reasons. From 2011 to 2012, children with disabilities who are in school are about 101,762. Children with disabilities are still combating educational exclusion. 97.3% of them are still unreached. About 5,916 are mainstreamed in regular classes. Children of indigenous peoples number about 12 to 15 million across the country. These are spread in 7 ethnographic areas with 117 ethno-linguistic groups. Those in the elementary schools have a total number of 639,483, while 158,550 in the secondary schools from 2010 to 2011. 140,570 Muslim elementary and secondary learners are attending Alive or the Arabic language and Islamic values education in public schools. The Inclusive Education Program is supported by the following education policies. The right to education is a basic human right. All children and youth shall have access to quality education. Inclusive education shall be concerned with all learners, with focus on those who have traditionally been excluded from educational opportunities. Support system shall be organized and delivered. Public policies such as the 1987 Philippine Constitution, PD 603 or the Child and Youth Welfare Code, RA 7610 or the Special Protection of Children Against Child Abuse, Exploitation and Discrimination Act, RA 7277 or the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons as amended by RA 9442. Policies and guidelines in special education also support inclusive education. The Philippines has also adopted international documents on inclusive education, such as the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the World Declaration on Education for All, and the UNESCO Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action. Inclusion is defined as reaching out to all learners, addressing and responding to diversity of needs of all children, youth, and adults, and involves changes and modification in content, approaches, structures, and strategies. To respond to their educational needs, the Inclusive Education Program utilizes programs, curriculum, learning materials, facilities, and equipment that are suitable to the disadvantaged learners.
Sabay na hindi kaya kung wala ka. Lumalakas na ang busina, malapit na ang pagbabago. Sama na, halika na. Go education, may bagong paraan. Go education, paaralan. Go education, suportado. Go education, mas natututo. Go education, trabaho tagumpay ang pupuntahan. Whoa, go education. Go education. Go education. Sa pagsikat ng araw, may dalang bagong pananaw. Naririnig ang busina, palapit na ang pagbabago.
Everyone is different. The 2020 Global Education Monitoring Report on Inclusion and Education believes that education is strongest when it embraces diversity. Learners should not have to adapt to the system. Instead, education systems should adapt to their needs. When students do not feel welcome in school, they are less likely to learn. This is everyone's loss. But rich and poor countries too often educate some children apart. Children who have a disability, have been displaced, speak a different language, or are poor and disadvantaged. School design may favor some students over others, as do many laws and policies. Teachers are often ill-equipped to cater for students' diverse needs. Children may not recognize the way they are portrayed in textbooks. Some may not see themselves there at all. They receive the message that they do not belong. Testing sometimes follows a narrow vision of education, and consequently, some students leave education earlier than they should. These are complex problems to solve, but a belief in the right to education is a belief in inclusion. Children have different learning speeds and needs. They need curricula that are flexible, creative, and relevant. How we prepare teachers matters. They must be given the tools and training to achieve our vision for reform. The resources we know can help the marginalized, educators, support staff, and equipment should be shared so that everyone can benefit. Better data on those left behind will help us reach them. Disadvantages often accumulate. We can't address inclusion one group at a time. Redressing these disadvantages requires funds. These must be equitable and target individual-specific needs. We must work together on these tasks across government ministries, from central to local authorities, with civil society supporting governments, and schools opening doors to the community. Inclusion in education requires a change in mindset in society, so that education for all means education for everyone, without exception. Achieving this is everybody's business, including yours.
Woo! Adapted Mind Math! Come explore the site with me. I'm in first grade, so I'll pick that.
Pwede nang sumabak sa regular na kolehiyo ang mga estudyanteng may special needs. Ang tawag po dito ay inclusive education. Alamin sa Bandila Extra. Pangarap ng 23 anyos na si Andrea na maging photographer. Sa likod ng kanyang ngiti, meron pala siyang isang kondisyon, ang Attention Deficit Hyperactive Disorder o ADHD. Pero lalo itong nagpatatag sa kanilang pamilya. Gaano kahirap ang may anak na may special needs?
It was difficult, and I think a lot of the support she got in the beginning was really more from family and positive thinking.
Elementary si Andrea nang mapansin ni Anne na mataas ang stress levels ng anak. Kabilang sa simptomas ng ADHD, ang hirap sa pag-focus, pag-control ng behavior, pati na rin hyperactivity. Kailan siya na-diagnose?
The end of grade 3, we really realized that there was something that we couldn't figure out. So she was having a lot of stress. She felt like she couldn't reach her goals. I felt like she was pushing herself too far.
Tanggap ni Andrea ang kanyang kondisyon. At dahil dito, kinailangan niya ring tulungan ang kanyang sarili. Hey, Andrea, I wanna ask you, what do you think you have?
Well, ADHD because I had a hard time focusing in class, especially with the very little distractions like the clicking of the ball pens.
Wow,
yes, like even if it's in the back of the class, I get distracted. Or when people come in and out like of the classroom, then you just like wonder where they're going.
Imbis na special education ang pasukin sa college, dumaan si Andrea sa screening hanggang naging isa sa diversely gifted learners ng inclusive education ng De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Ibig sabihin, kasama si Andrea sa isang regular class.
Majority of the students with special learning needs are those with ADHD. After screening, we can really see na may potential sila at kaya nilang makatapos ng college. No? As long as we give them the support that they need.
Mahalaga ang disclosure o pagiging tapat kung mag-enroll sa inclusive education.
Sa application form, tinatanong namin kung meron ba silang any kind of disability that may have a bearing in their schooling. So we work with the counselors and explain the condition.
Normal na binuno ni Andrea ang kolehiyo. Hindi naging hadlang ang ADHD sa kanyang pangarap. Kaya naman gagraduate na si Andrea ngayong Marso. Ang mga litratong kuha ni Andrea
GynaPro. I use GynaPro.
How we try to understand and appreciate the power and the promise of inclusive education. So what is inclusion? Inclusion is not a strategy, an instructional strategy. Inclusion isn't a placement option. Inclusion is about belonging. It's about belonging to a community, a group of friends, a school, or a community. But it's also important to remember that inclusion is not just about being there. We've all probably had the experience where you walk into a room full of people and you don't belong. You're not a member. That doesn't feel very good. So how do we fix that to make sure that the children that we're working with don't experience this idea of not belonging? Well, we do that through instruction. We do that through teaching. What we want to learn and what we've learned is that teaching works. Instruction is important. But it's also important to realize that instruction doesn't just happen. Instruction is intentional. Instruction is planned. Instruction helps all of us be more successful. Whether you're a child learning how to negotiate their environment, or a little boy with disabilities who's learning how to use language, or a child in elementary school trying to tackle two-digit addition, or trying to learn how to ride a bike, or you're a 50-plus something non-digital native who's trying to figure out how to use her new iPad, instruction works. And we all benefit from good instruction. Now, we sometimes as adults forget how important good instruction is because we don't venture very far out of our comfort zone and try and learn new things. So one of the things that I do every year is encourage my graduate students to try to learn a new thing. And they all look at me with a perplexed look and say, we're in graduate school, we're learning new things every day. And I say, yeah, but by the time you get into graduate school, you know how to do school. So try to learn something else. Try to learn something in a domain that you're not very good at. And I follow my own advice. So every so often I try to learn a skill or achieve something in an area that I'm not very good at. And that's how I ended up doing a triathlon for my 50th birthday and understand, thank you, and understand the importance of instruction. Now, when we think about instruction, it's important that we think about the goal, what instruction does to both the learner and the teacher. One of the things that instruction does for the learner is it helps them be more confident and more competent, okay? When we have good instruction, the learner, the children, become better at what you're teaching them how to do. The teacher becomes more confident as well because there's nothing more reinforcing than a teacher than seeing their students achieve. And really, there's no way to make a child feel better about him or herself than to help them be successful in their learning. If you want to teach someone, you want to increase someone's self-esteem, teach them how to read. That's how you do it. Now, the thing about instruction, though, is that it's important to think about what you're teaching. Often when people come to see the inclusive preschools that we run at the University of Washington, they'll say to me, isn't it great? I can't tell who has a disability and who doesn't have a disability. That always makes me happy. But isn't it great the way that children just naturally interact together? And you know, we have about 50 years of data that tell us that if you have children with and without disabilities and you don't do anything special, what you'll have is you'll have children with and without disabilities in a room together not interacting. So if we want them to interact together, we need to teach it. If we want children to be helpful towards each other, to interact and be friendly towards each other, we need to teach it. If we want children to care about other people in their classroom, we need to teach it. And that teaching is intentional. The other thing about that teaching is that it's data-based. What I mean by that is that good instruction yields good outcomes. In fact, we like to think about it as saying that student failure is instructional failure. When a child doesn't learn what we want him or her to learn, it's because we haven't taught it to them in the right way. It's not because we're necessarily bad teachers. It's because maybe we haven't figured out the right way to teach it yet. Maybe we don't have control of all the elements that we need to be able to have control of. But when a student isn't making progress in an area, what that teaches us is that we need to change our instructional strategy. Well, instruction is important. It's only important if you're teaching valued skills, activities, and outcomes. When we are very interested in thinking about what children learn from being in inclusive environments. Now, when we started studying inclusion, I was working with some colleagues and we studied about 35 children for 5 years. And these were children ranging from preschool to high school. And they had severe disabilities, and we observed them many, many times over the course of 5 years. And we talked to their teachers and their parents and their peers, and to them if they were able to talk with us. Because we were interested in finding out what the benefit was of inclusion. We all knew there was a benefit. We saw the benefits. We heard the stories. And in fact, one of the stories we heard every year was what I like to call the birthday parties.
Pasok ka na? Ha? Naka-attendance ka?
Nawawala sila, ma'am, nawawala.
Kaya na eh, naka-attendance ka na?
Wala, ma'am, wala naman pinapasa. Meeting chat, wala naman.
Sa pagsikat ng araw.
Inclusive education is a learning environment where children with and without disabilities are taught together as equals. This approach is different to more traditional approaches to the education of children with disabilities. Inclusive education is recognized by teachers, families, and policymakers to be a more beneficial way of ensuring that children with and without disabilities achieve their full educational potential. In the Philippines, the Inclusive Education Program aims to cater the educational needs of children with disabilities, street children, abused children, child laborers, children of indigenous peoples, and the Muslim children. This program is being strengthened in the country because of the following reasons. From 2011 to 2012, children with disabilities who are in school are about 101,762. Children with disabilities are still combating educational exclusion. 97.3% of them are still unreached. About 5,916 are mainstreamed in regular classes. Children of indigenous peoples number about 12 to 15 million across the country. These are spread in 7 ethnographic areas with 117 ethno-linguistic groups. Those in the elementary schools have a total number of 639,483, while 158,550 in the secondary schools from 2010 to 2011. 140,570 Muslim elementary and secondary learners are attending Alive or the Arabic language and Islamic values education in public schools. The Inclusive Education Program is supported by the following education policies. The right to education is a basic human right. All children and youth shall have access to quality education. Inclusive education shall be concerned with all learners, with focus on those who have traditionally been excluded from educational opportunities. Support system shall be organized and delivered. Public policies such as the 1987 Philippine Constitution, PD 603 or the Child and Youth Welfare Code, RA 7610 or the Special Protection of Children Against Child Abuse, Exploitation and Discrimination Act, RA 7277 or the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons as amended by RA 9442. Policies and guidelines in special education also support inclusive education. The Philippines has also adopted international documents on inclusive education, such as the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the World Declaration on Education for All, and the UNESCO Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action. Inclusion is defined as reaching out to all learners, addressing and responding to diversity of needs of all children, youth, and adults, and involves changes and modification in content, approaches, structures, and strategies. To respond to their educational needs, the Inclusive Education Program utilizes programs, curriculum, learning materials, facilities, and equipment that are suitable to the disadvantaged learners.
Sabay na hindi kaya kung wala ka. Lumalakas na ang busina, palapit na ang pagbabago. Sama na, halika na. Go education, may bagong paraan. Go education, paaralan. Go education, suportado. Go education, mas natututo. Go education, trabaho tagumpay ang pupuntahan. Whoa, go education. Go education. Go education. Sa pagsikat ng araw, may dalang bagong pananaw. Naririnig mo bang busina? Palapit na ang pagbabago. Sama na, halika na. Go education, may bagong paraan. Mas madaming paaralan. Si teacher mas suportado, estudyante mas natututo. Trabaho tagumpay ang pupuntahan. Whoa, go education. Sakay na't makiisa, sabay na hindi kaya kung wala ka. Lumalakas na ang busina, palapit na ang pagbabago. Sama na, halika na. Go education, may bagong paraan. Go education, paaralan. Go education, suportado. Go education, mas natututo. Go education, trabaho tagumpay ang pupuntahan. Whoa, go education. Go education. Go education. Whoa, go education. Go education.
The challenge for educators is to find ways of sharing expertise and provide wider educational opportunities for the full implementation of inclusive education.
Sa pagsikat ng araw,
Inclusive education is a learning environment where children with and without disabilities are taught together as equals. This approach is different to more traditional approaches to the education of children with disabilities. Inclusive education is recognized by teachers, families, and policymakers to be a more beneficial way of ensuring that children with and without disabilities achieve their full educational potential. In the Philippines, the Inclusive Education Program aims to cater the educational needs of children with disabilities, street children, abused children, child laborers, children of indigenous peoples, and the Muslim children. This program is being strengthened in the country because of the following reasons. From 2011 to 2012, children with disabilities who are in school are about 101,762. Children with disabilities are still combating educational exclusion. 97.3% of them are still unreached. About 5,916 are mainstreamed in regular classes. Children of indigenous peoples number about 12 to 15 million across the country. These are spread in 7 ethnographic areas with 117 ethno-linguistic groups. Those in the elementary schools have a total number of 639,483, while 158,550 in the secondary schools from 2010 to 2011. 140,570 Muslim elementary and secondary learners are attending Alive or the Arabic language and Islamic values education in public schools. The Inclusive Education Program is supported by the following education policies. The right to education is a basic human right. All children and youth shall have access to quality education. Inclusive education shall be concerned with all learners, with focus on those who have traditionally been excluded from educational opportunities. Support system shall be organized and delivered. Public policies such as the 1987 Philippine Constitution, PD 603 or the Child and Youth Welfare Code, RA 7610 or the Special Protection of Children Against Child Abuse, Exploitation and Discrimination Act, RA 7277 or the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons as amended by RA 9442. Policies and guidelines in special education also support inclusive education. The Philippines has also adopted international documents on inclusive education, such as the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the World Declaration on Education for All, and the UNESCO Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action. Inclusion is defined as reaching out to all learners, addressing and responding to diversity of needs of all children, youth, and adults, and involves changes and modification in content, approaches, structures, and strategies. To respond to their educational needs, the Inclusive Education Program utilizes programs, curriculum, learning materials, facilities, and equipment that are suitable to the disadvantaged learners.
Sabay na hindi kaya kung wala ka. Lumalakas na ang busina, palapit na ang pagbabago. Sama na, halika na. Go education, may bagong paraan. Go Sa pagsikat ng araw, may dalang bagong pananaw. Naririnig mo bang busina? Palapit na ang pagbabago. Sama na, halika na. Go Education. May bagong paraan, mas madaming paaralan. Si teacher mas suportado, estudyante mas natututo. Trabaho tagumpay ang pupuntahan. Wow! Go Education. Sakay na't makiisa, sabay na hindi kaya kung wala ka. Lumalakas na ang busina, palapit na ang pagbabago. Sama na, halika na. Go Education. May bagong paraan. Go Education. Paaralan. Go Education. Mas suportado. Go Education. Mas natututo. Go Education. Trabaho tagumpay ang pupuntahan. Wow! Go Education. Go Education. Go Education. Wow! Go Education. Go Education.
The challenge for educators is to find ways of sharing expertise and provide wider educational opportunities for the full implementation of inclusive education.
Sa pagsikat ng
Inclusive education is a learning environment where children with and without disabilities are taught together as equals. This approach is different to more traditional approaches to the education of children with disabilities. Inclusive education is recognized by teachers, families, and policymakers to be a more beneficial way of ensuring that children with and without disabilities achieve their full educational potential. In the Philippines, the Inclusive Education Program aims to cater the educational needs of children with disabilities, street children, abused children, child laborers, children of indigenous peoples, and the Muslim children. This program is being strengthened in the country because of the following reasons. From 2011 to 2012, children with disabilities who are in school are about 101,762. Children with disabilities are still combating educational exclusion. 97.3% of them are still unreached. About 5,916 are mainstreamed in regular classes. Children of indigenous peoples number about 12 to 15 million across the country. These are spread in 7 ethnographic areas with 117 ethno-linguistic groups. Those in the elementary schools have a total number of 639,483, while 158,550 in the secondary schools from 2010 to 2011. 140,570 Muslim elementary and secondary learners are attending Alive or the Arabic language and Islamic values education in public schools. The Inclusive Education Program is supported by the following education policies. The right to education is a basic human right. All children and youth shall have access to quality education. Inclusive education shall be concerned with all learners, with focus on those who have traditionally been excluded from educational opportunities. Support system shall be organized and delivered. Public policies such as the 1987 Philippine Constitution, PD 603 or the Child and Youth Welfare Code, RA 7610 or the Special Protection of Children Against Child Abuse, Exploitation and Discrimination Act, RA 7277 or the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons as amended by RA 9442. Policies and guidelines in special education also support inclusive education. The Philippines has also adopted international documents on inclusive education, such as the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the World Declaration on Education for All, and the UNESCO Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action. Inclusion is defined as reaching out to all learners, addressing and responding to diversity of needs of all children, youth, and adults, and involves changes and modification in content, approaches, structures, and strategies. To respond to their educational needs, the Inclusive Education Program utilizes programs, curriculum, learning materials, facilities, and equipment that are suitable to the disadvantaged learners.
Sabay na hindi kaya kung wala ka. Lumalakas na ang busina na ang pagbabago.
Who have traditional
As she stood in front of her 5th grade class on the first day of school, she told the children an untruth. Like most teachers, she looked at her students and said that she loved them all the same. However, that was impossible, because there in the front row, slumped in his seat, was a little boy named Teddy Stallard. Miss Thompson had watched Teddy the year before and noticed that he didn't play well with other children, that his clothes were messy, and that he constantly needed a bath. And Teddy could be unpleasant. It got to the point where Miss Thompson would actually take delight in marking his papers with a broad red pen, making bold X's, and then putting a big F at the top of his papers. At the school where Miss Thompson taught, she was required to review each child's past records, and she put Teddy's off until the last. However, when she reviewed his file, she was in for a surprise. Teddy's first grade teacher wrote, "Teddy is a bright child with a ready laugh. He does his work neatly and has good manners. He is such a joy to be around." His second grade teacher wrote, "Teddy is an excellent student, well liked by his classmates, but he is troubled because his mother has a terminal illness, and life at home must be a struggle." His third grade teacher wrote, "His mother's death has been hard on him. He tries to do his best, but his father doesn't show much interest, and his home life will soon affect him if some steps aren't taken." Teddy's fourth grade teacher wrote, "Teddy is withdrawn and doesn't show much interest in school. He doesn't have many friends, and he sometimes sleeps in class." By now, Miss Thompson realized the problem, and she was ashamed of herself. She felt even worse when her students brought her Christmas presents, wrapped in beautiful ribbons and bright paper, except for Teddy's. His present was clumsily wrapped in heavy brown paper that he got from a grocery bag. Miss Thompson took pains to open it in the middle of the other presents. Some of the students started to laugh when she found a rhinestone bracelet with some of the stones missing and a bottle that was 1/4 full of perfume, but she stifled the children's laughter when she exclaimed how pretty the bracelet was, putting it on and dabbing some of the perfume on her wrist. Teddy Stallard stayed after school that day, just long enough to say, "Miss Thompson, today you smell just like my mom used to." After the children left, she cried for at least an hour. On that very day, she quit teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic. Instead, she began to teach children. Miss Thompson paid particular attention to Teddy. As she worked with him, his mind began to come alive. The more she encouraged him, the faster he responded. By the end of the year, Teddy had become one of the smartest children in the class. And, despite her lie that she would love all the children the same, Teddy became one of her teacher's pets. A year later, she found a note under her door from Teddy, telling her that she was the best teacher he'd ever had in his whole life. 6 years went by before she got another note from Teddy. He then wrote that he had finished high school 3rd in his class, and she was still the best teacher he ever had in his whole life. 4 years after that, she got another letter, saying that while things had been tough at times, he'd stayed in school. He'd stuck with it and would soon graduate from college with the highest of honors. Again, he assured Miss Thompson that she was still the best and favorite teacher he'd ever had. Then 4 more years passed, and yet another letter came. After he got his bachelor's degree, he had decided to go a little further. She was still the best and favorite teacher he'd ever had. But now his name was a little longer. The letter was signed Theodore F. Stallard, M.D. The story does not end here. There was yet another letter that spring. Teddy said he'd met this girl and was going to be married. He explained that his father had died a couple of years ago, and he was wondering if Miss Thompson might agree to sit at the wedding in the place that was usually reserved for the mother of the groom. Of course, Miss Thompson did, and guess what? She wore that bracelet, the one with several rhinestones missing. Moreover, she made sure she was wearing the perfume that Teddy remembered his mother wearing on their last Christmas together. They hugged each other, and Dr. Staller whispered in Miss Thompson's ear, "Thank you for believing in me. Thank you so much for making me feel important and showing me that I could make a difference." Miss Thompson, with tears in her eyes, whispered back. She said, "Teddy, you have it all wrong. You were the one who taught me that I could make a difference. I didn't know how to teach until I met you." You can never tell what type of impact you may have on another's life by your actions or lack of action. Please consider this fact in your venture through life, and just try to make a difference in someone else's life today.
in whom I trust, and He will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, make you to shine like the sun. The snare of the fowler will never capture you, and famine will bring you no fear. Under His wings, your refuge, His faithfulness, your shield, and He will raise you up on eagle's
Good afternoon, dear teachers, and welcome to our first session for this afternoon. Para po sa mga nagtatanong, yung pong ating attendance link was reposted in our Zoom chat and also available on our FB group page. So in a bit po, we will also repost the link to the FB group page for those of us here in the Zoom na hindi pa po naka-join sa ating FB group page. So i-repost po natin yan. Yung attendance link po is already posted here in our chat and we will repost it from time to time for those of us who are just joining us on our Zoom platform. Okay? Yan po yung ating reminder for this afternoon. Posted na rin po sa ating FB group page yung ating assessment tool, which is a Word file. Paki-download na lang po sa ating mga device which has the Word application. Probably po, baka hindi pwede sa phone, baka try niyo po sa laptop or sa tablets. And then save it na po to be accomplished. And of course, our membership link also available on our FB group page. Okay, andito na po ang ating speaker for this afternoon. So without further ado, let me introduce to you our session for this afternoon. Our first session will be about ABCs of applied behavioral analysis. The common practice in Philippine classrooms integrates students without prior behavioral assessment or evaluation. This results in the diverse composition of students in one class, and the advisors, subject teachers are faced with student behavior problems that interfere with effective classroom management. The objective of this session is to orient classroom teachers, especially those without in-depth special education background, with the basic strategies in identifying and addressing common behavior issues of our students. We have two expected learning outcomes for this afternoon session. First is to develop a deeper understanding of the behavior of students in the classroom and to adapt practical strategies for assessing and analyzing behavior of students in class, especially behaviors that hamper learning. For our assessment, these are the same questions in your assessment tool. Kung mapapansin po natin, they're categorized, differentiated, proficient teachers, and then highly proficient teachers. These are categories handed down to us by DepEd NAEAP. Pag sinabi po nating proficient teachers, these are teachers 1, 2, 3. Pag master teacher up na po tayo, we fall under the category of highly proficient teachers. Again po, we are required to answer one of these two questions, but by all means, pag ginanahan po tayo, pwede po nating sagutin both questions. Okay. To help us achieve our learning outcomes and to answer our assessment for this afternoon, we're very lucky to have with us a resource speaker, none other than Ma'am Gina Luna Bermudo, who specialized in applied behavior analysis at the University of Massachusetts in the United States and graduated with a perfect GPA. She's currently taking her second master's degree in curriculum and instruction major in applied behavioral analysis in education at the same university. Gina is qualified in several behavior analysis certification body, namely Certified International Behavior Analyst, U.S. Board Certified Behavior Analyst, Certified Qualified Behavior Analyst, and Certified Autism Specialist. She finished her first master's degree in education major in special education at the University of the Philippines as a consistent university scholar and graduated with an Academic Excellence Award and a GPA equivalent to summa cum laude. She is also a graduate of Ateneo de Manila University with a bachelor's degree in mathematics, major in computer science. Gina is a lifetime member of Pi Gamma Mu, the only international honor society concerned with the social sciences, and Phi Kappa Phi, an honor society that recognizes superior scholarship in all academic disciplines. Her study titled Attitudes on Assistive Reproductive Techniques of Parents with Teens with Autism was recognized for outstanding research at Harvard University in Boston, Massachusetts. The UP College of Education Alumni Association recognized her professional achievement in special education for community service with the 2019 Most Outstanding Alumna Award. Moreover, she is a Gintong Medalya awardee, an award given to an outstanding citizen who has contributed to nation building, served their community in exceptional capacity, performed their functions above and beyond the call of duty, and served as an inspiration to their fellow men. Gina is also a producer and composer of the song album Mga Awiting Alay sa Autismo, a compilation of heartfelt composition inspired by her two boys on the spectrum, Nico and Sandy. Her favorite role is a full-time mommy to the boys and, of course, a devoted wife to Lito. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our speaker for this afternoon, none other than Ma'am Gina Luna Bermudo. Ma'am Gina, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc Ria. Thank you so much. And once again, I feel honored and humbled to be here. So, everybody, good afternoon. Saan galing itong mga teachers natin ngayon, Doc Ria?
We are hosting SDO Manila. We have SDOs from Davao, including Mati City, Panabot, Davao de Oro, and Digos. And then all over, we have Bulacan, we have Bataan.
That's
Mixed
nice.
group.
Yeah, at saka, so yung mga taga Digos, marami tayo ba from Digos? Dito, wala, madami?
Mga 60 plus sila.
So yung mga taga Digos, you are close to my heart because one of the, parang yung malaking solar farm nyo dyan was done by my husband. There in Digos. There's a solar farm there. I think it's 60-hectare solar farm. So, yon. And I always hear that. I haven't been there, but my husband, parang he tells me about Digos all the time. So
Davao is beautiful, very beautiful.
Yeah, I've been to Davao, but not in
Digos.
Digos. So hopefully next time, Doc Ria, face-to-face na tayo doon sa Digos, no?
Yes, field trip tayo.
So, okay. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. So, again, we are here to learn. All of us, me, I'm here to learn from you, and kayo rin, you're here to learn from me. So, like what I always say, and Dr. Ria knows, that I encourage you to ask questions. Because this is how we all learn. Feedback. Ako, I thrive on feedback. Kasi walang point yung, nakikinig lang kayo, and then me naman, yung speakers nyo are talking, no? But again, when you apply the cases, doon sa kaso nyo magkaiba. So it is better if you ask questions. Ngayon, ang nangyayari lagi sa kadalasan, no, sa mga seminars, they feel shy to ask questions. And then sa last, yung pag nakuha na nila yung momentum nila, sunod-sunod na sa huli, tapos syempre hindi na ma-accommodate lahat and bitin yung seminar. No? So use the opportunity. Feel free to interrupt me, to ask questions. If I'm talking, you can type your chat and see Dr. Ria. Doc, please, if you could monitor. No? So, okay.
Will do, Dr. Will
yeah,
do.
maraming salamat. So, okay. Pahingi po ng Doc, screen share.
Yes, co-hosted ka na, Ma'am Gina.
Okay. Actually, last minute nag-change ako ng venue kasi yung aso ng neighbor ko ang ingay-ingay. so ingay-ingay. Tapos ngayon naman, pumasok ako sa loob ng bahay. Sinara ko lahat. Ang init naman. So,
kaya pala indoor ka ngayon.
Indoor ako ngayon kasi ang ingay nung aso. So nahiya naman ako. Baka hindi nyo marinig. Nung nakapasok ako, biglang nag-on na. Wala na akong time to put on the electric fans. If I sweat profusely, then you already know the reason. Okay, so now everybody, our topic is about introduction to ABA. So alam ko yan, naririnig nyo lagi. Actually, ang ABA matagal na, but lately, parang laging na yan, parang nagiging emerging na, no? Sa Pilipinas, emerging na. And I've heard a lot of yung mga, understanding, no? Ng ABA, but it varies, nag-iiba-iba. So ngayon nandito tayo to no, no? Ano ba talaga? Ano ba talaga yung ABA? Okay? So now, ito yung ating overview. So ang ginawa ko para matandaan nyo, ginamit ko na yung acronym na ABA. So what is ABA? Of course, definitely we will discuss what is ABA. And then applied. So ang applied is what are the socially significant behaviors that we need to change. Now, the behavior should be socially significant to the client or to the student. Because if it's not socially significant to them, what is the point of teaching? No? Halimbawa, yung bata, you insist, no, that the child will speak vocally. You insist. Okay, you speak vocally. But hindi naman siya makapagsalita. So that is not socially significant behavior. And then of course, we will discuss behavior. Kasi walang ABA kung walang behavior. So first, we will define behavior. And then what are problem behavior, target behaviors. And then we need to operationally define the behaviors for us to be able to understand. No? At saka pare-pareho yung ituturo natin. And then analysis, of course, we have to analyze, no, to come up with an effective behavior intervention plan. So dun sa analysis, what happens, no, kung wala tayong assessment? And what is assessment? And what are the functions of behaviors and the behavior intervention plan? Kasi ang kadalasan natin kasing nagiging practice, no, hindi lang sa school-based, center-based, and clinic-based, ang nangyayari is dadalhin yung estudyante sa atin, even in school, no? Pag meron tayong nakitang challenging behavior, we try to address that behavior right away, no, without doing an assessment. And sometimes it's so difficult for us to address that behavior because walang assessment. Okay? So yan ang mga ituturo ko sa inyo ngayon. Now, school problems. In the Philippine setting, kadalasan yung mga focus natin sa school, no, school setting, yung academics. So, pag yung bata, medyo mababa ang grade or hindi siya at par, no, sa classmates niya, then sabihin natin, okay, we will address that. We will address it academically. Subukan natin makakuha siya ng mataas na grade, subukan natin siyang makahabol sa mga classmates niya, same age group. But without us realizing that, yun pala yung academic problem na yon, merong behavioral components. Okay, nakakalimutan natin yung behavioral components na yon. Okay, bakit kaya yung bata hindi pumapasa sa math? Bakit kaya ang bata mahina sa English? Bakit kaya yung bata? Bakit yung bata nananakit pag tuwing math yung klase? Bakit yung bata ganon? So you have to check why. Bakit kaya ayaw niya yung math? Bakit kaya ayaw niya yung English? So, ayaw ba niya talaga or may behavioral components yun? And kadalasan, ang issues ng mga bata ay hindi lang academics. Merong behavioral components yan. So yan yung titignan natin ngayon. So I'll give you an example. It's a classroom setting. Ikaw yung isang teacher. Teacher ka. Okay. Now, doon sa classroom, meron kang isang estudyante na tayo ng tayo. Diba? Meron tayong mga estudyante na gano'n, parang bisor. Tayo ng tayo, no? Without reason. Ikot ng ikot sa classroom. Ikaw na teacher, naiistorbo ka na. No? At the same time, naiistorbo na rin yung mga estudyante mo. So, ang ginawa mo, kinausap mo ng bata. Kinausap mo yung bata ng maayos. Hindi pa rin na-address yung problem. Pinagalitan mo yung bata, hindi pa rin na-address yung problem. Nag-time out ka, now hindi pa rin na-address yung problem. So, instead of the behavior decreasing, it is increasing. Bakit ka ganon? Then you begin to start, you begin to doubt yourself. Bakit kaya? Ginawa ko naman lahat, no? Mula sa pagalitan ko siya hanggang kinausap ko ng maayos, yun pa rin ang yun ang ginagawa niya. Now, ang problem is not with you. The problem is hindi mo nakita kung ano yung function ng behavior. Bakit niya ginagawa yon? Kasi halimbawa, yung bata tayo ng tayo, upo tayo. Tapos pinagalitan mo, kinausap mo, sinabihan mo, hindi nag-improve. and you thought that you are punishing the child. But no, if the behavior is improving or increasing, then you are not punishing the child. You are probably reinforcing the behavior without you realizing it. Yun pala gusto niya yung attention. So pag pinapagalitan mo, gustong-gusto niya. Pag sinasabihan mo, tumatawa yung classmates niya, gustong-gusto niya. So yun pala, akala mo pinapunish mo siya, yun pala you are giving the attention that he wants. So yun. So for an intervention to be effective, dapat mag-match yung need at saka yung behavior. So yan yung ituturo ko sa inyo ngayon. Okay? Kasi minsan sa mga teachers, ang daming nasasayang yan eh. Ang dami, ginagawa mo lahat, hindi nag-i-improve. Hanggang ikaw na lang ang sumuko, which is not the right solution. Okay, so now, what is an ABA? Okay, now, ABA is a scientific approach to the study of behavior. It focuses on socially significant behavior through systematic assessment and intervention. Okay, himayin natin ito. Okay, himayin natin ito. So, applied behavioral analysis is a systematic approach. So, ang systematic approach to this, a scientific approach to the study of behavior. It's scientific. When you say scientific, it is evidence-based. Okay, it is evidence-based, tapos it is backed by data. Hindi yung akala ko, pakiramdam ko, sana ganon. No, meron po itong study. It's, may mga data na nagsasabi na ito ay effective. Okay, so it is a study of behavior and then it focuses on socially significant. Like what I said, you have to teach a socially significant behavior. Ang socially significant behavior is importante sa bata, hindi para sa'yo. Like yung example natin kanina, yung batang tayo, upo, upo. Now, you want to address the behavior because you want to help the child or you want to address that behavior kasi naiistorbo ka sa bata. So, yan yung mga titignan mo. And then may mga classes ako, may mga cases ako na tinuturoan nila yung bata na how to wash your hands using a faucet. Tuturuan mo how to wash the hands. Turo ka ng turo, sa bahay wala namang faucet yung bata, kundi timba at balde. So, ang tinuturo mo ba ay socially significant? No. Okay? Now, through systematic assessment and intervention. So, systematic, ibig sabihin nun may sistema, may proseso. Then you have to assess to know the problem, then you do the intervention. Hindi yung intervention kaagad.
Ma'am
Okay?
Gina?
Go ahead
Ma'am
po.
Gina. Request po nila, pwede daw pong i-full yung
Okay.
presentation para makita daw po nila.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for telling me that. So yon. So, yan. Yan ang gusto ko. You have to tell me because I don't know. And then you ask questions. Kung if I'm going too fast, you tell me. Then pag may mga hindi kayo naintindihan, you ask me. Don't worry, matyaga ako mag-explain. Okay? So, ang importante sa akin is maintindihan nyo, I don't mind na ulit-ulitin. Okay? So, yan. So, again, it's ABA is data-based. It focuses on socially significant behavior, meaning behaviors that are important to the client or the student through systematic assessment and intervention. There is a process. And then you have to do your assessment before the intervention. Kasi kung nagturo ka kaagad na hindi mo alam kung ano yung problema, mahirap. Pwede ka bang magkamali. And later on, makikita nyo. Okay? So now, ang akala ng iba or akala ng karamihan na when you do a one-on-one, nag-one-on-one ka sa student, lalo na yung mga taga-SPED dito, alam nyo ito, akala nila when they do a one-on-one, akala nila yun na ay ABA. No, I will tell you kung nasaan yung confusion doon. Now, for an intervention to be called an ABA, there are 7 dimensions. Okay, tandaan nyo to. And then ituturuan ko mamaya kung paano nyo maintindihan. So now, the 7 dimensions of ABA. So number 1, for it to be called ABA, it has to be applied. Yan yung sinabi natin kanina, you have to teach meaningful behavior. Okay, number 2, it has to be behavioral. Now, dapat merong behavior. Kung walang behavior, wala tayong ABA. So when you check the behavior, you focus on what we can observe and measure. It has to be observable and measurable. Because if it's not observable and measurable, it is so difficult to address. I'll give you an example. Example natin ng, kunwari, yung dinala mo, let's talk about yung something relatable to all of us. Something relatable. Kunwari, dinala mo yung boyfriend mo sa bahay. Pinakilala mo sa nanay mo. Pinakilala mo sa nanay mo. And then yung nanay mo, hindi niya type masyado yung lalaki. Sabi ng nanay mo, ayoko yung boyfriend mo kasi masamang tao siya. And then you said, don't worry, Nay, akong bahala, gagawin ko siyang maging mabait. Now, with that premise, hindi ka magiging successful. Because yung masama and mabait are not observable and measurable. Maaring mabait sa'yo, hindi sa kanya. So, maaring, tinuturuan mo na yung boyfriend mo. Tapos sabihin ng boyfriend mo, mabait naman ako ha. Sa pakiramdam ko, mabait ako. Pero sa'yo at sa kananay niya, hindi. Because again, that mabait is not observable and measurable. So what do we do to make that successful? To make intervention successful, you have to translate that mabait or masama into observable and measurable behavior. Example, kaya pala galit na galit yung nanay mo kasi pag dumarating yung boyfriend mo sa bahay nyo, hindi siya nag-greet. Dire-diretso lang, walang good morning, good afternoon. And to your boyfriend, normal yun sa kanya, sa nanay mo hindi. So now, na-define mo na, yun lang pala ang gusto ng nanay mo. So now, the behavior na masama became measurable and observable. Hindi siya nag-greet. So now, that you can address. Now, makikita mo na, if the behavior of your boyfriend greeting your mother is increasing or increases, then it is effective or it's working or bumabait siya. Pag hindi, and then hindi. So now, so now when you talk to your students or when you design an intervention or when you use it doon sa sarili nyo or sa iba, you have to see to it that the behavior is observable and measurable. Otherwise, it's so difficult for you to address that or to determine if your intervention is effective or not. Okay? Another A is analytic. You have to collect and record and analyze data. Parang yung example natin kanina, you have to count, no? Like itong week na ito, yung boyfriend ko pumunta sa bahay ng 5 times, then you record that. And then, last week 3 times lang siya nag-greet, ngayon 5 times. So now it's improving. So data. To me, data is very important. Everything I do, not only in ABA, but I started with ABA. Lahat ng decision ko na ngayon ay database. It has to be backed by data. Kasi pag meron kang data, nobody can question you. Meron kang pruweba. Hindi yung akala ko, feel ko, pakiramdam ko. And then it has to be effective. Your program should work. If it doesn't work, then you change them. And then generality, skills generalized to naturally occurring situation. So now, ibig sabihin yan, yung behavior, example again, the behavior of greeting, dapat yung boyfriend mo should not only greet your mother, should greet your father, your siblings, or yung friends mo. So kita mo yan, nagagamit na niya yung greeting across people or across settings, sa bahay, sa restaurant, or wherever. That is generality. When the behavior. Now, sa classroom, I'll use a classroom situation in generality. Now, doon sa generality, madalas mangyari ito. Let's imagine one kid, isang bata. Yung bata na yon, tinuruan mo ng alphabet. And then yung kid na yon is very, very good in your class. Ang galing niya ng alphabet. ABC, kabisado niya. Atras, pabalik, fill in the blanks, alam niya. Now, one day, pumunta si nanay sa inyo. Sabi ni nanay, kunwari kay teacher, kunwari ang teacher niya si Anika Hilario. Sabi niya, Teacher Anika, bakit yung anak ko hindi marunong mag-ABC? Hindi yata natututo sa'yo. Tinuturuan mo ba siya? And then si Teacher Anika, nagulat. Because yung bata, ang galing-galing sa kanya. Okay, what happened there? Teacher Anika, what happened there is yung bata, meron nga siyang mastery of the alphabet, but wala siyang ability to generalize. Sa'yo lang niya nagagawa. Nangyayari rin yan sa atin. Di ba pag yung bata, kay teacher, kunwari kay teacher Anika nga, ang galing-galing niya. Pero pagdating niya kay teacher Teresa Limpin, biglang shut off yung bata. Di ba? Nangyayari yan. Shut off ngayon yung bata. Kasi hindi niya alam. Hindi siya naka-generalize. That's why I tell my teachers all the time, teachers, please, don't stop at mastery. You have to go a little bit higher and go for generalization. Pag yung bata ay nakaka-generalize na, then you can say na meron ng learning. Nagturo yan sa school. Di ba tinuro, I think sa mga teachers dito tinuro yung hierarchy of learning. Merong hierarchy of learning. Number 1 is the skill acquisition. Number 2 is the fluency. Number 3 is the application or mastery, and then adaptation. Yung adaptation is the child can use the learning into the natural environment. Only then you can say that learning has occurred. Nangyayari rin sa inyo yan. Nag-aral kayong mabuti during the exam, nag-aral kayo, aral, memorize, lahat. Pagdating ng exam, na mental block kayo. But alam mo na nag-aral ka. So, anong nangyari doon? Again, the generalization. You go for interview, nag-prepare ka, prepare mo yung questions and everything. No? Pagdating doon, uy, ang gwapo pala yung nag-interview sa akin. Biglang na-starstruck ka, wala na, lumipad na. So again, the ability to generalize. So please, everyone. Di ba nyo napansin minsan, kahit na alam natin, bigla tayong nahihiya. Bigla kang, may time na gano'n Doc Ria, no? I mean, sa lahat ng tao, minsan is, kahit na alam mong handa ka, and then when you're there, nahiya ka. So, yun pala, you cannot generalize. Okay? That's the generality. Now, and then technological. Technological, dapat yung lesson mo should be described, no? Clearly. Na yung lesson mo, dapat kung paano mo sinulat na yon, kayang ituro ni Teacher Rowena, Teacher Teresa, Teacher Fidel, kaya nilang ituro yan. Consider your lesson plans as a recipe. Ang recipe yan. Kunwari, I have a recipe of a banana cake. I'll give it to Doc Ria. If Doc Ria follows the recipe correctly, and then she can bake a delicious banana cake na parang gawa ko. So dapat ganon ang lesson plan. Kung sino ang magturo nun, dapat na ituturo niya with treatment fidelity, the way it should be. Okay, ang ABA is ganyan. And then everything has to be conceptually systematic. So evidence-based, use only evidence-based strategies. So pag yung components na yan ay nandoon, then pag yung component na yan ay nandoon, then you can truly say that the intervention that you're using is ABA. Hindi yung one-on-one. Kasi yun yung misconception ng iba. Pag may tabletop, one teacher, one student, ABA. No, you have to check. What are you using? Is it, nandun ba yung 7 components na yan? And then pag nandyan yan, it's ABA. Then I will teach you kung saan nanggaling yung confusion later on. Any questions before we move in? Actually, itong history, it's not really a history, just mga glimpse lang yan kasi gusto ko lang makita nyo kung saan nanggaling ang ABA historically. Only 3 slides. Okay, any questions? Any questions? Comments? Suggestions? Okay. So, none? Okay, good. So, kung none, we proceed. So, let's go for the history muna. Ang history muna ng behaviorism. And then we go to the history. Don't worry, I'll not make it complicated. Simple lang, kasi gusto ko lang malaman nyo kung nasaan. No? Now, ang history. Now, ito yung history. Everything started with yung mentalism. Mentalism, sa psychology. Sa psychology, ito yung traditional, ito yung traditional thinking. No? It's mentalism. Mentalism. So ano ang mentalism? An approach to explain that a behavior, here we are talking about behaviors lang. An approach to explaining a behavior that assumes an inner dimension exists and causes behavior. So ang sinasabi ng mentalist, mga mentalist is merong behavior. ang behavior na yan, it's an inner dimension. Yan yung traditional psychology. It's an inner dimension that dominates mentalism. So ang mga example noon is yun nga, consciousness, free will. Parang ang sinasabi nila, you have consciousness and that consciousness affects your behavior. Yun yung thinking nila. So kung ano yung nasa loob, it affects. I will not go, hindi na ako go deeper kasi hindi naman ito yung lesson natin. Gusto ko lang makita nyo. So yan yung sinasabi nila. Merong free will. You don't know that it exists. You don't know that it exists, but it causes behavior. Like even us, we don't know if there is a conscience. We don't know. We don't know. Parang sinabi mo na, my student is well-behaved because he has a conscience. How do you know that there is a conscience? Pero yan yung sa mentalism, sinasabi nila, that inner dimension is the cause of the behavior. Okay? Tapos, meron namang ibang, dumating naman si Watson. Sabi ni Watson, hindi yan. Hindi inner dimension ang nagkakos ng behavior. So sabi ni Watson, sabi niya, ang behavior ay only those that are public, only public events. Yung nakikita, yung mga private events, yung akala ng mentalist, hindi yon, sabi ni Watson, hindi. Yun lang nakikita. So yun yung birth ng methodological behaviorism. So ang sabi ng methodological behaviorism, in contrast to mentalism, ang sabi nila, behavior should be observable and should be studied scientifically. And they only consider, yung mga public behaviors, behaviors that are observable. Ang sabi niya, mental states, yung mentalism, and cognitive processes are not methodological. So may dalawang school of thought. Sabi ng isa public, sabi ng isa private. Then here comes Skinner. So si Skinner, parang yan yung father natin ng ABA. So ang sabi ni Skinner, sabi niya hindi. Pareho yan. Pareho yan. The public and private ay pareho. It affects behavior. So at that time, hindi nila yan matanggap. That's why they called him the radical behaviorist. So yung behavioral approach na yon ay created by Skinner. It's radical behaviorism because it included private events into understanding behavior. So ngayon, ang understanding ng behavior is both public and private. Okay? So ngayon, ang sabi ng radical behaviorism, behavior can be understood by looking at one's past and present environment. So, yan, reinforcements influence behavior either positively or negatively. Okay? So, yan. So, yung summary lang nun, ang sabi ni Watson, so si Skinner, yung kanyang theory, ang kanyang, yung nagbuo ng kanyang theory, ay si Watson, ang kanyang ang kanyang influence, ang nag-influence sa kanya to create the radical behaviorism ay si Watson through methodological behaviorism, Pavlov classical conditioning, si Thorndike reinforcement and punishment, and Pierce and James the relationship between the antecedent, behavior, and consequence. Okay? So, ito yung influence ni Skinner. Okay? So now, yan yung history ng behaviorism. And then we go to the ABA history. Paano na-create? Few slides lang ito. Now, meron na tayong ABA. No? Yung ABA, Applied Behavioral Analysis, under yon doon sa theories ni Skinner. Now, pero noon at that time, ginagamit lang nila ito sa mga animals, sa mga tao rin pero normal. Then, later on, yung theories ni Skinner in-apply sa children with autism. Yung punishment and reinforcement, yung kanina, yung diniscuss natin, in-apply sa children with autism. Ang nag-apply noong 1970, in-apply ni Lovaas at ni Kegel doon sa children with autism. Okay, it was developed in 1970. So, ang original approach, so ang ginawa nila, they did not use ABA. But what they did, they developed a technique called DTT, Discrete Trial Training. Ginamit nila sa children with special needs and it became effective. So nung ginamit na nila yon sa children with special needs, akala ng lahat na ng mga may behavioral change strategy ay ABA at inequate nila ang ABA with DTT. No, ang DTT is just one of the teaching strategies under ABA. Parang nag-branding kasi si Lopez eh. Tinawag niya lahat na parang ano, 'di ba? Parang mo nang tinawag lahat ng toothpaste Colgate. So parang lahat ng behavior change techniques and strategies tinawag niyang DTT or inequate niya yung DTT sa ABA. So now, that's why I want you to know that. No? So if you look at this, there are 5 teaching strategies ng ABA. We have the direct instruction, DTT, incidental teaching, precision teaching, and personalized system of instructions. I will not teach you all this. Ang gusto ko lang makita nyo dito, ang DTT is just one of the teaching strategies under ABA. Okay? Malinaw na yan, ha? Kasi ang kala ng iba kasi, ng one-on-one na sila, ABA. No, ang one-on-one is just one of the teaching strategies. Okay, so now, where are you? Asan tayo? Asan tayo doon sa teaching strategies na yon? Okay, now, meron tayong sorry. So lahat paki-erase lang yung ano ha, kung kanino man yan yung ano to para makita ng ibang mabuti. So okay. So now, na-discuss na natin yung root ng lahat ng ituturo ko sa inyo, ang root niyan ay behaviorism. So ang behaviorism, again, kung titignan mo yung tree, na-discuss ko yung root. So behaviorism examines philosophical, theoretical, and methodological issues. So that is radical behaviorism. Yan yung underlying philosophy. At ang tinitingnan natin ay all behaviors, covert and overt, meaning public and private, follow the same example. Yun yung behaviorism. And then next, ang ginawa nila, yung theories nga ni Skinner, tinest doon sa lab, tinest sa laboratorio. No? Para example, ikaw may theory ka. Okay, may theory ako, kunwari, may theory ako na effective itong teaching strategy na ito. Ite-test mo muna. So, tinest nila. Ganyan. Tinest nila sa lab, sa laboratorio. So, the theory-driven research that focuses on processes. It conducted across species in lab in a contrived environment. So, chinek yung mga theories. And then, yung quality demonstrate should be there is an experimental control and discover the principles and theories. So, yung experimental analysis of behavior, ito yung yun yung trunk. And then, ito na yung ABA. Applied Behavioral Analysis, yun yung branches. It's an applied research. It applies the principles and theories to solve socially significant behavior na. And then, ang ABA, yung isa kanina, yung experimental analysis sa lab, ito in-apply. Generally focuses on behavior. And it aligns with the 7 dimensions of ABA and develops technologies for practitioners. Then, nandito na kayo. Tayo. Prutas. Tayo yung fruits because yung professional, we apply the professional practice to solve problems for clients. So we use technologies to address immediate needs of the client, and it's done in a natural environment for socially valid methods result. And result focuses on current behavior or setting and remediating symptoms. I needed to tell you that para alam nyo kung nasaan kayo at saan kayo papasok. If ever mag-ABA kayo, so kayo yung fruits, kayo yung direct service provider ng ABA concepts and theories. Okay, now we're done with history, so eto na. Eto na yung exciting part. Okay, when do we use ABA? Classroom setting, natural setting, or wherever. We use ABA when we want to teach new skills and see lasting behavior change. Okay, so teaching new skills, okay, pwede rin teaching new skills, develop new skills, or decrease unacceptable behavior. Pwede rin yun. When? And what are the benefits? Bakit ko tinuturo sa inyo ang ABA? Bakit? Who can benefit? ABA can be used with individuals across the lifespan. Lahat yan pwede. Hindi lang, pag natutunan nyo ito, it's a really, really beautiful intervention because ito, hindi nyo lang magagamit sa estudyante nyo. Magagamit nyo sa mga anak nyo, sa mga asawa nyo, sa mga husband. Okay? So, saan, anytime or anywhere we can use ABA because as long as there is a behavior, then you can do ABA. And behaviors are everywhere and anywhere. Nandun lahat ng behaviors. And then why ABA? Bakit sa dami-dami ng interventions? Why ABA? But again, because research shows that ABA is highly effective in promoting behavior change across individual and environment. Okay? So, now, dito na tayo sa applied. So, ito na, we'll go in depth na. So, socially significant. It should address socially significant behavior because addressing the socially significant behaviors improves the life of the individual, stakeholder, and the community. So now, in-improve niya, you can use ABA to improve social skills, communication, daily living and self-help, academics, and gross and fine motors. Actually, ano yan? Ano yung fine yan na hindi fine na? So, ano yung ina-address niya? So basically, ano ito? My dear teachers, inaral nyo yan. Ha? So ano yan? Ito yung 7 areas of development. So ABA can address the 7 areas of development. Okay? So now, let's go to behavior. Behavior is a form of communication. Okay, lahat yan. We behave the way we behave kasi hindi natin masabi. Minsan kaya tayo nag-iinarte kasi hindi natin masabi yung gusto nating sabihin. Kung tayo, we have that, paano pa kaya yung mga children with special needs or children who are not eloquent enough not to say how they feel or to say what they want. Kaya nga yung mga bata minsan, kaya bigla na lang silang nagtatantrum. Okay, so I'll give you an example, no? May isang bata, pag may isa kang bata, special kid, papasok kayo sa mall. Bigla na lang yung bata nagtantrum, naglupasay, hindi mo alam yung reason. Pinagalitan mo, sinabihan mo. Because the child is trying to communicate to you. The child is trying to communicate. Maaring nasabihin niya na nahihilo ako, naiingayan ako, masakit yung ilaw sa mata ko. But you did not see that. Ang nakita mo lang ay yung pagwawala niya. So remember, a behavior is a form of communication. Probably the child is trying to communicate to you. Now, so yun yung ano natin. Now, okay. Later on, ituturo ko sa inyo kung ano yung functions ng behavior. We behave the way we behave kasi merong reason. Ano yung reason? But remember, behavior is a form of communication. If you can understand this or kung nag-intindihan mo and ma-apply mo, makikita mo yan, magagamit mo. And then mababawasan na yung ano yung mga away or galit mo sa mga estudyante mo or sa mga tao na nasa paligid mo. Now, in understanding the behavior of others, we have to understand our behavior first. We have to understand. Like yung example natin kanina, yung batang maingay sa classroom. Whose behavior are you trying to influence? Yung behavior ng bata or ikaw? Naiingayan ka or gusto mong tulungan yung bata? Either way, correct yan. Either way, whether naiingayan ka, you want to influence your behavior or gusto mong tulungan yung bata, okay lang yun. Basta importante, alam mo yung goal mo. Alam mo yung goal mo. Kung goal mo is naiingayan ka, therefore kung naiingayan ka, hindi ka makaturo ng maayos, then you patahimikin mo yung bata. Or gusto mong tumahimik yung bata para matuto siya, pwede rin yun. Ang importante is alam mo kung ano yung goal mo. By then, you can address the behavior properly. If you know your goal, then you can address the behavior properly. Yan yung very important. Now, ano ba yung behavior? Ano ba talaga ang behavior? Okay? So, na-define na natin kanina kung ano yung source ng behavior. No? Yung public, private, na-discuss na natin. But ano pa, let's be more specific. No? Ang sabi ni Cooper, Heron, and Heward, ang sabi nila, human behavior is everything people do, including how they move and what they say, think, and feel. So, pareho yan ni Skinner. Pareho yung belief ni Skinner. Public and private. Now, may iba naman, ang sabi niya, si Johnston and Pennypacker, they do not consider covert behaviors as behaviors because there is no observable or measurable interaction with the environment. Kanino yung pananaw yan? Si Watson. Ang sabi nila lang, yung public lang, yung nakikita. And then eto na si Skinner, so sabi niya, changes in behavior are the results of individuals' response to events that occur in the environment. So yun, in addition to, sabi ni Skinner, in addition to yung covert and overt behavior, it is also our reaction to the environment. We behave the way we behave because we react to the environment. Kung malamig, kumuha ka ng sweater. That is a reaction to the environment. Kung yung bata umiyak dahil nasaktan siya, that is a reaction to the environment. Kung yung bata ay masaya, then nakakuha siya ng mataas na grade, that is a reaction to the environment. So, a behavior is a reaction to the environment. It could be overt or covert. Okay? So now, how do we contribute? Without us realizing, we contribute to yung ano yan, yung sa behavioral problem ng bata. Number one is inconsistency. Inconsistency. Now, I'm sure mga teachers you can relate. Turo kayo ng turo. Turo kayo ng turo sa eskwela. Turo kayo ng turo. Pagdating sa bahay, wala namang follow-up. No? Yan yung malaking frustration ko as an ABA therapist. Turuan mo yung bata. You know, disiplinahin mo. Kunwari, ang lesson mo is wag mo siyang painumin ng soft drinks. Pag hihingi siya, sabihin niya ng ayos, wag mag-tantrum. Pagdating naman sa bahay, bigay ng soft drinks. Wala na. Inconsistency. Okay? So, yun ang problema. Now, one example, this is a funny example because isa sa mga parents, tinuruan ko, you have to be consistent, you have to be consistent. And then kwento niya, nandun daw sila sa isang grocery, then nagwawala yung bata. Then yung bata tumatakbo-takbo na. Then sabi ng parent, come here. Una maayos daw yung sabi niya, come here. Kasi nga yung turo ko daw is consistency, tone of voice and everything. So sabi daw niya, come here. Anak, come here. Come here. Nung hindi pa sumunod yung bata, siya na daw ang nagwala. I said, come here, come here, come here, come here. So sabi niya, sabi ko, paano, asan yan? Asan yung consistency natin dyan? Sabi niya, hindi na ako makatiis, naiinis ako. So again, yan, nag-react siya. Siya yung nag-react. Siya yung na-control ng anak niya. Diba? I think yung mga mami dito, diba, Doc Ria, ganyan tayo nung una. Pag, come here, anak. Yun na, minsan hindi ka na makatiis, no? So, yun yung isa sa mga, ito talaga yung isa sa mga pinakamalaking culprit ng ating behavioral issues, inconsistency. Diba ba, pagdating, again, yung mga nanay dito can relate. Pagdating sa bahay nyo, disiplinado yung bata. Pagpunta sa lola, wala na. Nawala na lahat yung disiplina yun. Yan yung inconsistency. No? Then if the environment is disorganized, pag magulo yung environment. Now, in understanding mga behaviors of concern, dalawang titignan mo dyan eh. In turo sa ABA, number one, you have to check the behavior. And number two, you have to check the environment. Because if the environment does not support the behavior, mahirap magturo. Okay? Ganun yung sinasabi natin, kung turuan mo ng disiplina yung anak mo. Kunwari, ang turo mo sa eskwela is, okay, after dinner, you have to do your homework. Yan yung turo mo. After dinner, you have to do your homework. Pagdating sa bahay, after dinner, play video games, watch TV. Wala na yung turo mo. And that environment did not support your teaching. Then misinterpret the behaviors. Yun na nga, pag ma-misinterpret yung behavior, ituturo ko yan mamaya. Gaya ng sabi natin, pag hindi mag-match yung behavior at saka yung intervention or yung problem and the intervention, kahit anong gawin mo, hindi mo ma-address yung issue. And then downtime, masyadong madaming downtime yung bata. And they respond with stress and anxiety. Okay, I will pause for a while kasi may naalala lang ako dito sa disorganized environment. Siguro pagkasabi ko nito, baka mapapansin nyo na. And please, can you confirm or validate if my observation is true? Ang dami kong mga kids, no, ngayon, Doc Ria, hindi ko ito na-mention sa previous seminar natin, but ngayon ko lang kasi naalala. Ang dami kong cases ngayon, ay hindi nabanggit ko yata, nabanggit ko, naalala ko. Ang dami kong cases ngayon, mga grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, ang hina ng kanilang fine motor skills. Very weak ang kanilang fine motor skills. Hindi sila marunong magsulat. Hirap na hirap sila. Then pagdating ng exam, bumabagsak sila sa exam, not because they do not know the answer. Bumabagsak sila dahil napapagod silang magsulat. So paano nangyari yon? Napagod sila sa pagsulat kasi ang hina ng fine motor skills nila. Itong tatlong daliri nila ang hina, so hindi sila makasulat. Kasi ang ginagawa nila lagi, naglalaro ng iPhone, iPad, video games. So ang na-exercise when they go to school and they write, wala na, pagod na sila kasi kulang ito. Hindi kagaya natin, nung bata tayo, we play outside. We play kung ano-anong nilalaro natin. And by the time we go to school, very strong na yung ating fine motor skills. Now, fine motor skills is very important. Nandun yan sa 7 areas of development natin. Kunwari yung bata, magaling sa math, magaling mag-drawing. Paano siya madedevelop yung drawing niya or paano madedevelop yung kanyang mga fine motor skills kung ang hina-hina? So hindi na siya pwedeng maging engineer, hindi na siya pwedeng maging anong tawag dito, artist. Kasi ang hina yung fine motor skills niya. Okay, so yan yung, kaya minsan tignan nyo. Kasi yan, pupukpukin mo, turuan mo. Pero ang problema pala is the fine motor skills. So hindi na naman nag-match yung intervention mo sa yung need. So wala naman siyang cognitive issues eh. Matalino naman yung bata. Ang issue niya is the fine motors. Di yun ang strengthen mo. Dumiretso ka na doon. Pag na-strengthen mo yun, everything will fall into place. Okay, so yun yung sinasabi ko, you have to check. Okay, now, ang isa pa, we respond with stress and anxiety. Parang yung nanay na yun na yung, come here. So, ang nangyari dyan, she responded with stress and anxiety. Okay? So, kaya nga yung yung dapat meron din tayong diskarte. Because minsan, especially children, they're very, very manipulative din. And they know if they can manipulate us. Gaya nga yung kwento ko, may narinig ako 2 bata, special kid ito, they were talking. Sabi ng isa, if you want something from your parents, you cry and they'll give it to you. And then sumagot naman yung isa, what if I cry and still they don't give it to me? You cry even harder and stronger and they will give it to you. So imagine kung nagagawa nila yon. So do not respond, no? You have to, siguro ito pag after ng lesson natin, isa yan sa mga takeaway ninyo, how to respond. Okay? So now, I want you to remember, so I want you to remember that, so how do we respond? The question there is, how do we respond positively? So how do we respond positively? Now, all behaviors occur for a reason. So you have to look for the function. And then identify why behavior occurs. So you can identify that through assessment. And then you apply a behavior change program. That is the intervention. Okay, see, you cannot do an intervention without assessment and without determining the function. By that, ganyan, pwede ka nang makatulong dyan. Now, let us identify that first, you identify the target behavior. You have to know the difference between a function and a topography. Okay, function. Let us see an example. Kung ang bata mahilig mangurot. So ang ginawa mo is in-address mo yung behavior. Huwag kang mangurot. Ang in-address mo lang dyan ay yung function. Nakita mo lang dyan is yung pangungurot. Ang pangungurot ay mali, hindi yan tama. So sabihin mo, huwag kang mangurot. Now, yon, imbes na tulungan mo yung bata, you can harm the child even more because hindi mo tinignan kung ano yung topography. Ang topography is why. Ano yung function? Bakit siya nangungurot? Malay mo nangungurot siya, baka meron siyang gustong sabihin na hindi niya masabi. merong masakit sa kanya na hindi rin niya sinabi. Okay, gusto niya attention mo. So, hindi mo nakita yon. Hindi mo nakita. So, what the child na is trying to communicate to you? Meron siyang gustong sabihin, may masakit sa kanya, hindi niya masabi. So, kinkurot ka niya para may sabihin siya. And then sabi mo, wag kang mangurot, it's bad. And then it's sort, parang sinasabi mo na sa kanya na parang you don't communicate. You don't tell me if something is painful because that is bad. So no. So when you correct a behavior, you have to look beyond the function and you look at the topography. Topography is, so you have to look, ano ba yung reason? Now, in checking, you have to operationally define the behavior. This is very important. Now, sa eskwela ito, nangyayari. No, very important to operationally define a behavior. For example, si Teacher A, sabi niya, iyak ng iyak itong estudyante ko. Iyak ng iyak. Binibilang ko kung ilang beses siyang umiyak kasi meron akong intervention na ginawa. Gusto kong malaman kung effective. So, iyak ng iyak. Ngayon, umabsent si Teacher A. Sinabi niya kay Teacher B, pakikuha naman ng data kasi nagko-collect ako ng data. Gusto kong malaman kung effective yung intervention ko. So sabi lang niya is i-check mo kung umiyak siya. So si Teacher B, nung nag-collect na, completely iba yung data niya. Completely. Sabi ni Teacher A, ano pong ginawa mo? Ba't ganyan? Iyak siya ng iyak sa'yo. Yun pala, hindi niya na-define properly. Kunwari, ang definition ng crying ni Teacher A is, yun na nga, meron siyang, ang definition niya ng crying ay merong luha. Okay? Ang definition ni Teacher B ng crying, whining, tantruming, complaining, so nilagay niya. So, nagkaiba na yung data nila because it's not operationally defined. Yung mga teachers, kaya minsan, hindi tayo nagkakaintindihan, nagkakalabo-labo, may gap sa ating teaching strategy because hindi operationally defined yung behavior. Hindi natin alam kung ano yung behavior na ina-address natin at hindi natin alam at hindi natin nasabi. Hindi lang sa hindi natin alam, hindi pa natin nasabi ng tama doon sa substitute teacher natin. So when you define a behavior, it has to be specific, easy to communicate, simple to measure and record, and it has to be precise. Okay? So, example ng operational definition ng crying. Now, when you operationally define a behavior, it is not the dictionary definition. Kung ano yung nakita mo doon sa specific kid na yon. That's how you define the behavior. Hindi dahil magandang pakinggan, hindi maganda. Kung ano yung nakita mo. Example ng operational definition is occurrence of vocalization, sounds or words, accompanied by facial distortion with or without tears for any period of time. So isang example yan ng operation. Kasi yan yung nakita mo. Yan yung isulat mo. Okay? So another example, kunwari off-task behavior, pwede mong sabihin engagement in any task other than the assigned task or ongoing activity for more than 2 minutes. Kung a few seconds lang, wag na. Baka naman napaisip lang siya sandali. So you don't have to write that. And then disruptive. Pag sinabi mo na naman disruptive, ano ba ang disruptive? So you have to operationally define that. So displacing school materials and classmates' things from their original location. So you have to operationally define para kayong mga teachers nagkakaintindihan. At saka kayo rin, when you talk to the parents, nagkakaintindihan kayo. So very important. Sa akin, the operational definition is very important. So now, at this point, alam nyo na kung ano ang behavior, alam nyo na yung socially valid behavior to address, and then ano yung 7 areas of development, and then paano yung mag-operationally define ang behavior. Now, I want you to analyze the behavior. So what happened when behaviors are addressed without assessment? So dito na, you can listen because madalas itong mangyari sa classroom. So what happens when behaviors are addressed without assessment? Let's look at a scenario. So Juan, kunwari si Juan ang ating estudyante natin. Juan usually gets out of his seat without apparent reason or destination. Diba? Madami tayong mga estudyante na ganyan. So he stops at his classmates' desk or seats and looks at them or what they are doing before returning to his own seat. So, ikot siya. Yun, as a teacher, what will you do? So, yun yung question. So, as a teacher, what will you do? So, if you could help me answer that, Ano yung mga pwede niyong gawin? So, meron ba? I'm checking kung may questions. So, now, anyway, since wala, we just go dire-diretso na tayo. So usually gets out of his seat. Now, karamihan, pag masyado ng, pag yung behavior ay masyado ng mataas yung frequency, so ang ginawa ng teacher is pinalabas na niya sa classroom. I call it time out. Ang term dyan sa ABA, it's time out. It's a hallway time out. So pinadala mo na sa hallway. So, akala mo, by sending him out, you are punishing him. Di ba? Mga teachers, pag pinalabas mo yan, ipapunish ko nga ito, ipapalabas ko. So you hope that the behavior of one will decrease. So by sending him out, akala mo that the behavior will increase. But apparently, lalo pa niyang nung pinalabas mo siya, lalo pa niyang ginawa yung behavior. So instead of the behavior of getting out of seat decreased, lalo pang nag-increase. Okay, what happened there? Yun pala, yung function ng behavior ni Juan ay escape. He wants to escape the lesson. He wants to escape the class. Probably nahirapan siya or ayaw niya. So, dahil gusto niya pala yung escape, lalo niyang ginagawa yon kasi lalo mo siyang pinapalabas. Gustong-gusto niya yon. So, to you, as a teacher, you think that you are punishing him. But to Juan, ang ginagawa mo is not a punishment, but it's a reinforcement. See? Ang difference doon, ang sa ABA kasi ang punishment ay hindi yung physical punishment. Ang punishment lang is a decrease in behavior, reinforcement is increase in behavior. So yun, so akala mo punishment, yun pala kay Juan, wow, it's a reward. He sends me out and I like it. I escaped the lesson. Kaya uulitin niya. So my dear teachers, kung yung behavior is the direction or the frequency of the behavior is going to yung opposite of where you want it to go, yung trend, the trend of the behavior is going to the opposite direction, then you have to recalibrate your intervention because it's not effective. Okay? So tingnan mo, yung function ng behavior niya ay escape. So gustong-gusto niya. Now, next. Okay. So, pag yung bata ay escape, eto na ha, i-check. Okay, wait. So, ang gagawin nyo, teachers, kung yung function ng behavior niya ay escape, na-determine mo ng escape, huwag mo siyang palabasin kasi gustong-gusto niya. Bakit mo binibigay? Now you check, bakit siya nag-escape? Mahirap ba yung lesson? Ayaw ba niya sa'yo? Or meron siyang classmate na ayaw? Or hindi komportable sa classroom? Okay, so ito yung mga pwede mong gawin. Kung nahihirapan siya sa lesson, and then you break down the lesson into smaller components. Tandaan nyo yung mga bata, yung mga children, lalo na yung, okay, kahit na hindi children with special needs, lahat ng mga bata, nahihiya silang sabihin na hindi nila alam. Mas gusto pa nilang pagalitan sila. Okay, mas gusto pa nilang pagalitan sila kaysa sabihin nilang hindi nila alam. So what you do is to break down the lesson into smaller components, give him easier tasks, and accommodation by giving him extra time to work on his assignment. So I'll give you a story about this one. Merong isang kid, Merong isang kid na dinala sa akin. Galing siya ng public school, I think grade 1 or grade 2 at that time. Hindi na nila kaya. Sabi sa akin, Teacher Gina, hindi na namin kaya. Hirap na kami sa kanya. Lahat ginawa na namin. Buong eskwela, ginawa na talagang ang hirap. So, dinala sa akin yung bata for assessment. Okay, dinala sa akin yung bata for assessment. And then when I observe the child, I assess the child. Ganito yung sitwasyon. Kahit anong ilagay mo sa table niya, tinatapon niya. Talagang ganon. Tapon, balibag niya. So, I observe the child. Then I realize na the function of the behavior is not escape. Kasi kung escape yan, ibabalibag niya yan, tapos lalayasan ka niya. So, ibalibag niya yan, and then uupo siya. Parang walang nangyari, kalmado, uupo siya, babalibag niya. Then, I did my assessment, and I found out na ginagawa niya yon kasi nahihiya siyang magtanong. Matalino yung bata, at ang nasa isip niya is, matalino ako and ang matatalinong bata are not supposed to ask questions. So ang ginagawa niya is binabalibag niya. So binabalibag niya. Ngayon, ang ginawa doon, kung ang gagawin mo as a teacher, kung yung intervention mo doon is, no, don't do that. Or you're supposed to ask questions. Hindi, lalo lang magwawala yan. Lalo mo ang pinapahiya. Kasi ayaw nga niyang magtanong eh. Ayaw nga niyang magtanong ng question. So ang ginawa ko doon, wala akong ginawa. So ang ginawa ko doon, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang lesson namin. Pero this time, ako yung tanong ng tanong sa kanya. Ako yung tanong ng kunwari, teacher doesn't know, please the help teacher. Then na-realize niya from that, okay pala magtanong. And then he started asking questions. Then nung natuto na siyang magtanong, doon ko palang tinuro yung concept ng asking questions if you do not know. Wag mong sabihin kasi pag sinabi mo, it's wrong to throw things. Don't do that. No, you're supposed to sit down. No, it doesn't work that way. Kaya lang, hindi mo nga magagawa yon pag hindi mo alam yung function ng behavior. Okay? So yung function ng behavior niya by doing that, by throwing the things, is he wanted the teacher's attention because he wants to ask questions. See, kita nyo yun? Pwede kang magkamali eh. Kasi ang dami, pwede kang magkamali yun. Pag sinabi mo, you don't do that because it's bad. No, you have to behave. It doesn't work that way. You have to check. You have to check the function of the behavior. Now, let's look, same example, but different function. Same example. Yung kanina, yung function you wanna escape. Same one, same, no? Ganon, same scenario. He gets out of his seat without apparent reason or destination. He stops at his classmates' desks or seats and looks at them or what they are doing before returning to his own seat. As a teacher, what will you do? So si teacher, sinasabihan niya si Juan, don't do that. Or you sit down, you behave. Or in short, parang pinapagalitan to the point of pinapagalitan na niya. So ang akala ni teacher, pinaparusahan niya si Juan. Ini-embarrass niya si Juan sa harap ng classmates niya. So akala ng teacher na si Juan magdi-decrease yung behavior. But apparently nag-i-increase pa rin. So bakit? Yun pala ang function ng behavior ni Juan ay attention. Gustong-gusto niya, pag yung attention ng teacher nasa kanya, gustong-gusto niya pag pinagtatawanan siya ng classmates niya. Probably sa bahay kulang siya sa attention, so kinukuha niya sa eskwela yung attention. See, pwede kang magkamali. Kaya dapat kita mo yon, same scenario, same problem, same issue, but different functions. Okay, so kung ang function ni Juan ay attention, so wag mong ibigay. What you do is you plan ignoring. Plan ignoring. Or non-contingent reinforcer. Uunahan mo, ututuhin mo. Pag tahimik siya, sabi mo, wow, good behaving Juan. Tahimik naman, good behave, uunahan mo. Ibibigay mo yung attention bago niya hingiin. Pero pag inarte siya, plan ignoring ka. Or you give an alternative behavior to get attention correctly. So you can tell Juan, kung gusto mong tumayo or may gusto kang sabihin kay teacher, taas mo yung kamay mo. See, that is an appropriate behavior. So ito yung gagawin mo pag yung function ay attention. Okay? So now, bakit yan ang lumabas? Wait lang. Ay. Doc, nawala ko yung aking screen share. I'll get it back. Okay, so now, so let's look at the other So ito yung mga attention niya. So there are different, ito yung functions. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na functions of behavior. We behave the way we behave because of the 4 functions lang yan. After ng session natin, isipin mo lahat ng mga naging behaviors mo kahapon or ng isang araw, bakit ka nainis, bakit ka natuwa, bakit ka nagalit. It's because ito lang yung 4 na functions na ito. Okay? Ang acronym natin ay SEAT, S-E-A-T. Gusto kong tandaan nyo yan na S-E-A-T. So the reason yung bakit nag-behave ka ng ganon ay number 1 ay sensory. Sensory or automatic are the same. Sensory or automatic ito. So, automatic is because meron kang nararamdaman. Merong masakit, or merong mainit, or malamig, or masaya ka, or masakit ang dibdib mo. So you behave the way you behave because of sensory issues. Okay, so these behaviors provide sensation that feels good to you. Whatever it is that makes you feel good or that makes you feel bad. You behave differently because you feel good or you feel bad. Okay, now, isa pa, escape. Okay, these behaviors, you behave, you escape. You behave the way you behave, you display an escape behavior to avoid or to get away from aversive thoughts or tasks or things. Okay, and then yung isa, attention. Yan, kung gusto mo, kung nagpapapansin ka, if you want social attention from others, di ba, kunwari sa mami mo, sa daddy mo, kung may gusto ka, naglalambing ka. Di ba? So, yon. And then the last one is tangible. Okay. Yan kung meron kang gusto, preferred object or activity. So, yung behavior mo ay lahat yan, ito yung mga rason. Kaya ka nag-behave ng ganyan. Now, tignan mo ang mangyari. This is what happens kung mali ang basa mo doon sa behavior. Okay. I want sana a volunteer. Para ano, anyone please, can you volunteer? Para naman masaya ako. Sir Nilo Bokiren, can you volunteer? Can you unmute and show me the video? Sir Nilo? Wala eh. So,
ako na lang po, Doc.
Sino yun? Go ahead. Yeah, thank you so much.
Jeffrey Sarmiento po.
Okay. Okay. Doc, pwede papin siya si Jeff. Ay, Sir Jeffrey. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good. Now, thank you. So, Sir Jeff, ganito ha. So, alam na natin yung functions. Alam na natin yung function ng behavior. Okay? So now, you stay with me and then let's imagine tayo. Okay? Nagkaroon ka na ba ng estudyante na special kids, Sir Jeff?
Wala pa po.
Okay, but anyway, nakakita ka na ng bata ng kakaibang behavior.
Yes po.
Okay, let's get, sige, pag-usapan. Okay, Sir Jeff, kunwari meron kang isang bata na nakikita, nag-flap, no? Ganyan, nag-flap siya.
Opo.
Ano yung initial reaction mo? No right or wrong answer, ha? We're here to learn. Kunwari ang bata nag-flap. Ano yung initial reaction mo po doon, Sir Jeff?
Yung una po, sasawayin ko po siya. Pag nakakasolve po siya ng mga iba pong nagkaklase.
Perfect. Perfect, Sir Jeff. Perfect. Yan yung initial reaction natin. Huwag ka munang mag-ano ha, I still want to talk to you. So, perfect, Sir Jeff. Ang unang reaction natin is, huwag kang mag-flap kasi nakakaya. Or huwag kang mag-flap kasi nakaka-istorbo ka.
Yes,
tama? Yeah. So now, yan ang isang example ng doing an intervention without assent. So ang naging intervention namin ni Sir Jeff or natin sa batang yon ay response blocking. We stop the child from responding, from doing that. So it's a response. Huwag pwedeng redirection. Huwag mong gawin yan, baba mo yung kamay mo.
Opo.
That will not address the issue because hindi tayo gumawa ng assessment, Sir Jeff.
Yes
So,
po.
paano mo i-assess yan? Itignan mo kung nagpa-flap ba siya ng may pattern o wala.
Okay.
Nagpa-flap ba siya? May rason. Okay. Ano bang background niyo? So now, ngayon, Sir Jeff. Okay, sige ha, quiet muna ha. Okay, so.
Pasensya na po, ma'am.
No problem. That's okay. Sanay tayo sa ganyan. Huwag ka mag-alala. Importante sa akin is you're there, you volunteered, and I'm grateful. Okay? So now, ang una na gagawin doon, Sir Jeff, is observe mo.
Yes,
Kaano siya kadalas mag-flap? May rason ba kung nagpa-flap siya? May pattern ba? May pattern ba? Yun yung tatanungin mo. Now, i-check mo kung walang pattern yung behavior at may rason lang pag nagpa-flap siya, kunwari masaya siya or galit siya. Di ba? Masaya siya. Or, di ba tayo rin minsan pag masaya tayo, yay! Di ba? Or pag malungkot tayo, ganon. So, maaring ganon din sila. So, i-check mo. Ngayon, Sir Jeff, nakita mo na walang pattern yung behavior niya. Walang pattern. So, ibig sabihin nun, the child is trying to communicate to you. Maaring sinasabi niyang, Sir Jeff, masaya ako. Or Sir Jeff, malungkot ako. Or Sir Jeff, galit ako. Now, pag sinabi mo, look at this now, you listen, my dear teachers. Pag yung intervention nga natin ay no flapping, para nating sinabing no communicating. So instead of you helping, nakagawa ka pa ng harm doon sa bata. Imbes na ilalabas niya, hindi na nga siya makapagsalita, imbes na ilalabas niya yung saloobin niya, sinabi mo pang no flapping. Because to him, nung kunwari ako yung kid mo, Sir Jeff, to me, I'm trying to communicate to you through flapping. But you stop me from flapping, para mong sinabing tumahimik ka dyan, huwag ka magsalita. See, nakagawa ka pa ng harm. Kasi ang tinignan lang natin is the, again, topography of the behavior, yung flapping. Hindi natin tinignan yung function, ano yung reason. Now, ngayon, Sir Jeff, paano naman kung kahit walang rason nagpa-flap siya? Every 5 minutes, or every 10 minutes, or every 20 minutes. Walang rason. Walang rason, nagaganan siya. Then from there, Sir Jeff, alam mo that the child is no longer communicating. Meron siyang issue ay sensory. Okay, sa pag-sensory. So hindi mo na naman basta-basta papatigilin, titignan mo saan pa siya nagpa-flap. Dito, dito, o kung saan-saan. Kasi kung dito siya nagpa-flap, may issue siya sa visual. So yun ang i-address mo. Yung iba naman dito, kaya ginaganon, may issue sila sa auditory. Saka kung yung iba naman ganon-ganon, tawag doon proprioceptive. Feeling nila hindi nakakabit yung kamay nila sa katawan nila. Di ba, Sir Jeff, pag nangangalay ka? Anong ginagawa mo pag nangangalay ka?
Ginaganto po ko yung kamay.
Pati paa pag nangalay ka sa... See, that's sensory. See, kita mo that simple example, pwede kang magkamali ng intervention mo. Na beautiful example, Sir Jeff, no? I'll give you another example. True story. Now, still stay with me, Sir Jeff, no? Now, meron isang bata, Sir Jeff, dinala sa akin. True story. Dinala sa akin yung isang bata. Itong batang ito, nag-therapy na siya for a very long time. Hindi nila ma-address yung kanyang behavior. Ang ginagawa niya, Sir Jeff, yung kuko niya, yung kamay niya, kinukuskus niya sa mga pader para mag-create ng sound, no? Kinukuskus lang niya. No, not create sound. Basta kinukuskus niya yung kanyang kuko sa pader to the point na hindi na siya ginugupitan ng kuko. Kasi pudpud na yung kuko niya. Okay, for so many months hindi nila na-address yung issue. Dinala nila sa akin, Sir Jeff, yung sarap pag may kausap. So, dinala nila sa akin, Sir Jeff, yung bata. Dinala nila sa akin yung bata. Tinanong ko, ano yung issue? Because I was doing my assessment na. Ano yung issue? So, ang sabi nila sa akin na issue ay tactile. So, ang tactile is sense of feel. Kinukuskus niya kasi gusto niya yung pakiramdam pag kinukuskus niya yung kamay niya sa pader. Okay, fine. So ngayon, chinek. So ano ang initial mong gagawin doon? Sir Jeff, kunwari dinala sa'yo yung bata, sabihin sa'yo, Jeff, eto yung bata. So, ang problema niya ay kinukuskus niya yung kamay niya sa pader. So anong gagawin mo doon? So sabihin ko, Jeff, hindi namin na-address yung bata. Ilang buwan na naming tinerapi. So pwede mo ba kaming tulungan? So ano yung unang initial reaction mo ulit doon, Sir Jeff?
Kung psychologist po ako,
We're thinking as a teacher.
Teacher po.
A teacher, because when you say psychologist, we check other issues. Simple lang. We'll think as teachers.
Una po, tatanungin ko po yung bata, bakit niya po ginagawa po yun?
Kunwari, non-verbal yung bata. Kunwari, non-verbal. Kasi non-verbal yung bata eh. Otherwise, kung verbal yon, masasabi niya na I want this, but non-verbal siya. Sige, go ahead, Sir Jeff.
Ma'am, to be honest po, hindi ko po alam kung ano po gagawin.
Okay, good. I'll tell you. Okay, so again, sinabi niya sa iyo, kinukuskus niya yung kamay niya. Sabi, tactile yung issue. Ang tactile is sense of touch. So ang ginawa ko, chinek ko yung ilalim ng yung tuktok ng fingers niya, yung ilalim ng kuko. Okay? Kasi kung kinukuskus niya yan lagi, kakalyohin yan, Sir Jeff. Tama? Puro kalyo yan. Nung tinignan ko, ang lambot. Ang lambot nung dito niya. Ang lambot. So, ibig sabihin nun, hindi tactile yung issue niya. Kasi hindi naman dumadapo yata yung kamay niya eh. Hindi naman dumadapo kasi di ba pag lagi mong magkakakalyo ka. Tama, Sir Jeff? So now, tinignan ko, ang ginawa ko, pinakuskus ko yung bata, yung kamay niya sa iba-ibang surfaces. Then nakita ko, kinukuskus lang niya yung daliri niya sa mga may tunog, sa pader na may tunog. Then based on that, so that's why they made a mistake because they were addressing a tactile issue. Yung issue pala ng bata ay auditory. Gusto niyang pakinggan yung kuskus ng kuko niya. So ang therapy mo lang dyan is ilayo mo siya sa mga wall na gusto niya yung tunog. Or, ang pwede mo ngayon, lagyan mo siya temporary ng guantes hanggang mawala siya. See? And then you didn't you don't even have to do an intervention anymore. See, ang ginawa mo lang doon, Sir Jeff, ang ginawa mo lang doon ay inassess mo yung bata kung ano yung issue. So yun yung sinasabi ko. Based on that, makikita mo na pag hindi nagtama yung behavior and intervention, kahit anong gawin mo, hindi mo ma-address yung issue. Okay? Did you learn something from there, Sir Jeffrey?
Yes po, Doc.
Yeah, so ang ano doon is you have to assess. Huwag kayong magbigay ng intervention kasi kung nagbigay kayo ng intervention without assessment, sayang lang yung pagod ninyo. Kasi hindi yan magiging effective. Kaya tignan mo yun, Jeffrey, kunwari yan, napunta sa'yo. Lahat naman, mabait ka naman na teacher, magaling ka naman, mapagmahal ka naman ng estudyante, binuhos mo naman ang lahat. Hindi nag-improve yung bata. Then you begin to doubt yourself. Parang ako yata yung kulang, ano ba ang mali sa akin? But actually, no. Nothing is wrong with you. Ang nangyari lang, hindi mo na pag-match yung intervention at saka yung need. So never doubt yourself. Ang gawin nyo lang is hanapin. Okay? Thank you so much, Sir Jeff Sarmiento. Thank you. It's so nice.
Thank you so much din po.
So nice kasi when I talk to someone, parang ano. So now, what is assessment? So we'll do this now quickly. Dr. Ria, hanggang anong oras po ako?
For Ma'am Gina. Ma'am Gina, meron pong nag-comment. Meron daw pong parent, similar incident with a parent. And then what she did was to put nail polish on the nails of the child. And then she stopped daw because masisira yung nails pagka kinuskus niya. So yun yung intervention niya.
So kinukuskus niya yung
Oo.
So what happened there is, okay, ang nangyari na, yung aesthetics ng fingernails niya, yung mas nagustuhan niya yung fingernails niya. See, again, that is what you call response blocking. That's another form of response blocking. So, ibinablock mo yung response niya, but good. Basta, pero kung yung issue ng bata is nail biting, kunwari ma'am ha, yung issue nail biting, I don't recommend that you put nail polish kasi baka merong chemical doon na nakaka-harm doon sa bata. Pero kung ganun-ganun lang, mas maganda. Maganda na yung kuko niya, hindi pa siya nagkuskus. So that is very, very good. So response blocking po ang tawag doon in terms of ABA. Now, what is assessment? Again, ang assessment should be comprehensive and individualized. Kita nyo yung example natin kay Juan, no? Yung example, kunwari hindi kay Juan. Kung yung behavior ni Juan, hindi pareho ng behavior ni Mario. Or minsan parehong behavior, iba yung function. So it has to be individualized. And then with assessment, it can help you develop and validate the hypothesis. Parang yung case natin kanina, no, kay Jeffrey, yung nagkukuskus ng kamay. Then nung nakita mo na-observe mo na, then you can come up with a hypothesis. Pwede mong sabihin na itong student A, yun na nga, kinukuskus yung kamay niya sa wall because of sensory issues, auditory sensory issues. Ganon, pwede mo nang ilagay yon. And also again, you have to look beyond the form of the behavior and check the function. Na-discuss na natin yan. And again, importante, you have to collect data. Magbe-base
Gina?
lang siya. Yeah, go ahead po.
Ma'am, full screen po ulit.
Ay, oo nga. Bakit
Yes,
ba ganyan? Sorry ha, senior
Sige po.
moments. Kasi nga, okay, teka ha. So, ang liit na kasi ngayon ng computer ko kasi kaya medyo challenging na. Okay, wait lang ha. Sorry lang. Okay, we'll do that. Okay. Okay. So now, you have to collect data. Again, paano mo malalaman kung nag-increase or nag-decrease yung behavior or paano mo malalaman kung effective or hindi yung intervention mo. Now, when you collect data, I want you to be as honest as possible. Kung wala kayong na-collect na data, ilagay mo, wala kang na-collect na data. Or kung yung bata buong session umiyak, wala kang nagawa, you write it down. Okay? Hindi masama kung walang data kang nakuha, hindi masama kung yung kunwari ang kinukuha mong behavior ay hindi mangurot yung bata, pero halos buong session nangurot siya, nandura pa, you have to write it down. Ang masama dyan ay pag dinoktor mo yung data mo. Kung hindi ka nakakuha ng data, dahil meron kang importanteng phone call na sinagot, you write it down. Write it down. Walang masama doon. Even sa research, no? I'm sure madami sa inyo may MA, may PhD, with Doc Ria, di ba? When we do our data collection and data gathering, you have to be very, very truthful. Kung wala talaga. Kung hindi mo nakuha yung behavior na gusto mo, ganun talaga, sorry. Okay, you have to write it down. And then after that, you have to interpret the use your data to interpret, no? To interpret whatever it is, no? The behavior or, you know, the intervention, use your data. Kasi pag yun na nga, pag meron kang data to back up your claim, wala nang makaka-question sa iyo. Okay? And then when to conduct an assessment. Okay. Ang mahirap kasi Doc Ria, I don't know if I discussed this with you kasi ang mahirap kasi sa atin dito sa atin when we do yung sa assessment, kunwari meron ng magaling na nag-assess sa eskwela, in-assess. And then ibibigay yung assessment sa iba-ibang teachers or therapists or whoever. Anybody can just alter that yung assessment. Pwede nilang i-modify, i-adjust, i-recalibrate, no? In the US kasi they don't, because ang IEP and ang mga assessment na yan ay legal documents. Hindi mo pwedeng galawin yan without permission. Dito kasi sa atin mahirap kasi anybody can just, you know, modify it. Now, when to conduct an assessment? When the behavior is disruptive, when the behavior interferes with learning, and the behavior interferes with the learning of others. Now, halimbawa ito, yun na nga, yung batang tayo ng tayo or sabat ng sabat pag nagsasalita ka. Siyempre, nakaka-apekto na ito sa grades niya. But as a teacher kasi, ang tinitingnan lang natin is yung grade. Yun pala, hindi natin nakita na yung grade na yon, ang cause nun ay yung kanyang behavior. So, kung nakikita nyo talaga, magkaano yan parang cause and effect yan yung the behavior and yung academics. Parang meron kang issue minsan meron kang issue sa academics dahil sa behavior mo. Or minsan nagbe-behave ka that way dahil may problema ka sa academics. They go hand in hand. So dapat pareho mo yung i-address, hindi yung isa lang. Now, who can conduct an assessment? Okay. Mga teachers pwede because there are some assessments that you can do. Yung ituturo ko sa inyo ngayon is an assessment that you can do. Pero meron ding assessment procedures, lalo na yung mga standardized tests or experimental functional analysis. Kailangan ito ng license and specific training. But I will teach you an assessment na kaya nyo gawin. Now, ang question nyo is assessment only for students with special needs? Actually, hindi. For kahit sinong students pwede. Now, eto na, actually sa eskwela, gumagawa na tayo ng mga assessments yan and evaluation. We do formative, summative, and evaluative. Now, pag nakita nyo nang may problema yung bata, kasi ang nangyari, pag nagka-problema ang bata dito, binabagsak lang natin. So, ang nakita lang natin is yung grade. Diba? I think mga teachers niyan, okay, hindi siya umabot sa criteria, bagsak siya. Kaya lang, I think, wala pa akong nakita na kung meron man, hindi ko pa nakita, yung mga teachers na nagsabi na, okay, kaya bumagsak itong batang ito, pwede ba nating i-recommend for diagnostic assessment? Or pwede ba nating i-check yung behavior niya? Ang nangyayari sa atin, okay, bumagsak yung bata academically, bumagsak, then ipa-tutor. Pa-tutor yan para makahabol. But we don't check why. Ano yung behavior? Bakit siya bumagsak? So siguro from now on, medyo palitan natin yung perspective natin. Pag may estudyante tayong bumagsak, huwag nyo lang tignan yung numerical value. Tignan nyo rin kung ano yung behavior, bakit siya bumagsak. Then you try to address that behavior along with the academic issues. Mas matutulungan natin yung bata pag gano'n. Okay, so now, ito yung tuturo ko sa inyo ngayon. It's a functional. When you do a functional behavioral assessment, may 3 components dyan. Okay, parang yung example natin with Jeffrey kanina. So functional assessment, 3 yan. Indirect, naturalistic, and experimental. Forget the experimental analysis because you need a special training for that. Itong 2 pa lang, makakakuha na kayo ng hypothesis ninyo. So you have an indirect method. Indirect method, like kunwari yung bata ay flapping. Yung kay Jeffrey, we'll use the example of Jeffrey kanina. O kung yung bata ay flapping. So you have to do an indirect method of assessment. Tanungin mo sa bahay, tanungin mo, i-interview mo yung parents, totoo ba, ano yung frequency, ano yung duration, kailan siya nagpa-flap. So you ask lahat, i-check mo yung record, medical record, under medication ba siya? Kasi minsan baka naman yung gamot. You have to do an indirect method. An indirect method is an assessment without observing the child. Okay. And then pag nakuha mo na lahat ng data na gusto mo, you validate. Yung sinabi ba nila ay totoo. Then you validate in a natural environment. Kasi halimbawa yan, pag merong bata sabihin sa itong batang ito, laging nangungurot, nangangagat, sinabi ng magulang sa'yo. Then you have to validate that. Totoo ba yung sinasabi ng magulang? Kasi minsan iba yung nakikita ng magulang, iba yung nakikita natin, at iba talaga yung totoong nangyayari. So you have to do your indirect and direct assessment method. Now, pag meron ka na, then you can come up with behavior intervention plan. Now, ito yung mga behavior, ito na yung mga strategies that you can use. No? Pag escape is the avoid the task or activity. You have to break task and then break the task into smaller components, yung kaya nila. And then start small, then gradually increase the demand. Mag-start ka sa madali, yung kaya nila. Kasi pag nasagot nila yung first question mo, it gives them confidence because alam nila, feeling nila, alam nila. Okay? And then you teach them how to ask for help. And then you start with successful tasks that they can do. And then use the grandmother's law. Ano ba yung grandmother's law? If you do this, then I will give you that. Okay, so if then. And then give breaks. Kasi yung mga ibang mga bata, na-overload sila, nagkakaroon sila ng sensory overload. So pag nagkakaroon sila ng sensory overload, na-freak out sila. So you just give them breaks. And then if the behavior is attention, so they engage in a behavior to obtain attention. So what you do is to teach them how to properly ask for attention. Parang yung bata kanina na nagpapapansin, no? Yung mga batang sabat ng sabat, you ask them or you teach them to, you raise your hand if you want something. Or frequent positive interaction. Uunahan mo na sila. Ito yung non-contingent reinforcer. Bago sila And then you avoid verbal reprimand. Ang verbal reprimand, because ang verbal reprimand is also a form of attention. Kaya minsan, di ba yung mga bata, pag pinapagalitan mo na, okay lang sa kanila. Because that's what they want. Verbal reprimand. Tandaan nyo yung mga kids, lalo na ang special kids, they cannot differentiate between a good attention or a bad attention. Attention is an attention. Then you can use also redirection. Okay, and most importantly, use neutral tone of voice. Avoid overreacting. If you overreact, then again, that is an exaggerated attention and they like it even more. Di ba may mga bata na pinapagalitan mo na nga, parang mas gustong-gusto nila, walang epekto. It's because, they're getting the attention. And pag nagagalit ka sa kanila, that is an overreacting and that is more attention. Or you can do planned ignoring. Okay? And then the behavior is displayed to gain tangible items. So pag ginamit nila yung behavior to gain tangible items, then avoid giving the desired item or activity following the undesired behavior. And then also use the Prima principle. If you do this, then you get this. Or use an activity as a reinforcement. Okay, kung may papagawa ka, yun yung premyo nila. Or the behavior is displayed to gain sensory stimulation or sensory avoidance. Identify environmental factors, and then alternative that has a similar function. And okay, incompatible behavior, anong ibig sabihin niyan? Example, yung flapping kanina ni Sir Jeffrey, flapping. So, ang pwede mong gawin yan, bigyan mo siya ng something na pag ginamit niya yon, hindi niya maka-flap yung kamay niya. So bigyan mo ng yung stress ball or squeeze ball. Kasi pag naka-squeeze niya yan, hindi niya maka-flap yung kamay niya. Or pwede mong sabihin, put your hands inside your pocket. So pag yung hands niya nasa pocket niya, hindi siya maka-flap. That is an incompatible behavior. Or response blocking. Yung kanina, yung sa kuko, nilagyan natin ng yung nail polish or nilagyan natin ng guantes, that is a form of response blocking. Now, ito yung takeaway ninyo for today. So, ang takeaway ninyo for today, because nobody asked questions. So ang takeaway natin ngayon is always determine the function first. Consistency is the key to a successful program. Replace problem behavior with socially valid one for extinction program, and then you change your behavior. So with that, if you have any questions, yung sa functional, okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the functional behavioral assessment. Where is that? Okay, here. Now, in this one, in the functional behavioral assessment, I gave you some tools. Now, in the indirect assessment, how do you do that? You have behavioral checklist. You have behavioral checklist or behavioral interviews. May mga checklist doon, meron tayong tinatawag na functional analysis interview. Nandun na kay Doc Ria. So it's functional analysis interview. It's a guideline for you to interview the parents. Ano yung frequency ng behavior, ano yung intensity, ano yung duration, ano yung rate. Because you need that, no? Kung malalaman mo talaga kung yung behavior needs intervention or not. And then the behavior interview, you can interview lahat ng stakeholders, you know, the parents, the teachers, the siblings. You can ask them open-ended questions. And then when you observe, there is what you call the ABC observation. Meron din tayong checklist, it's with Doc Ria. Now, dito sa dito sa form na nandun kay Doc Ria, yung functional analysis interview, motivating assessment, and the functional screening tool, gagamitin niyo yon to determine the function of the behavior. 16 questions, so easy to use. Okay, and then from there, you can determine the function of the behavior. And then the observation naman, you can observe the behavior by checking the antecedent and the consequence. What happens before the behavior and what happens after the behavior. Or you can come up with a descriptive assessment of what you see. Itong experimental analysis, I don't recommend that because you need a special training. These two are enough, no? Dito na makikita mo na yung function ng behavior. So example, yung behavior ng bata ay kicking. So pwede mo nang masabi noon na student, kunwari, Mario kicks because, yun na nga, ano yung function niya? Because he wants attention, or Mario kicks because he wants to escape the lesson, or Mario kicks because he wants something. So with the two, you already can come up with a functional hypothesis. Okay?
Ma'am Gina, hold on lang po, may question sa kabilang group. Kunin ko lang po yung question niya.
Yeah. So if you have questions, please, because this is how you learn. Again, pag nag-questions kasi kayo, sarili yung cases yung gagamitin natin. So now is your opportunity to ask questions. Okay, sige, go ahead po. Doc Ria.
Sige ma'am, Ma'am Gina, address mo muna yan while I ask the questions.
How to be an ABA professional. Okay, now, meron akong when you say ABA, it's an ABA practitioners, you need a license, you need a certificate. Unfortunately, walang nag-i-issue ng certificate sa Philippines, but you can take classes. There are few of us. I'm one of them who is qualified to give to give training. And when you graduate from my class, yung certificate mo is a US certificate. So when lahat na nag-graduate sa class ko, when they go to the US, they don't need to get a certificate because yung certificate that I issue is from the US. Kaya lang, unfortunately, mag-stop na silang mag-issue. Now, let's talk about it. There are, like nakita nyo dun sa introduction ni Doc Ria, there are 4 certification bodies in the US ng ABA. And I'm qualified in all 4. But the 2 most popular, no, doon sa 4, is the BCBA, which I'm sure you know about that. No? BCBA, yun yung original. Matagal na ito, mga I think mga early 90s or 80s pa, itong BCBA na ito. So, ang BCBA, merong 3 tier, 3 levels. No? One is the RBT, which is the direct service provider. So to become an RBT, you need a 40-hour training, 40-hour RBT training. You have to pass the competency exam, and then you have to pass the certification. Luckily, yung certification, you don't need to go to the States because yung sa US, pinapadala na yung test questions dito, pwede mong kunin sa Makati, sa Pearson VUE in Makati. Then the second tier is the BCABA, Board Certified Assistant Behavior Analyst. You must be a college graduate, and then you have to take a course. And then the highest one is the BCBA. Dapat meron kang master's, and then you have to pass the exam. So yun yung mga criteria. Yung first one is 40 hours. The second one is 170 hours. The third one is, I think, 240 hours. So parang yung isa kasi is parang almost, I think, 8 subjects. So 24 units yung isa on top of your master's degree. Okay, so yan. But unfortunately, kaya nga ang dami kong classes ngayon sa RBT kasi naghahabol sila. Yung US kasi will stop issuing BACB certification at the end of the year. So at the end of the year, they will only issue yung BACB certification sa mga nakatira sa US, UK, and Canada. So kung nakapasa sila, kaya nga sunod-sunod yung klase ko because of that, no? Naghahabol sila. So, pag meron ka kasi niyan, you can work anywhere, in-honor yan. And ang certificate mo issue US. But don't worry, merong nag-take over. Kaya lang itong nag-take over na ito, bagong-bago pa lang sila. 2019 sila nag-start. And sila yung magte-take over. Ganon din, may 3 tier din, may 3 level. Kaya lang, ang difference nun, the big difference, yung RBT, I'm talking about RBT lang ha, the entry level. Ang RBT kasi is hindi mo kailangan ng CPD units at saka wala kang practicum. Doon sa isa, meron ka ng CPD units and meron ka ng practicum. So, yun. Yung iba kasi naghahabol sila kaya ang dami kong classes ngayon ng RBT. Ang dami kong classes ng so meron yung next class ko kung merong interesado, Doc Rhea, if I may plug, no, if you allow me. But ito na yung last class ko for the year, no? If it's okay lang, it's the last class ko for the year is itong November, I think itong November, no? November 7, I'm not sure, November 17 yata. And this is my last class. And the people, they come to me because the price that I give is really a giveaway. Kasi yan yung advocacy ko. If you get that abroad, that is very, very expensive. Okay, so yun yung how to be an ABA. How to be an ABA. Okay, just go for the training or the coursework and the fieldwork. Okay, next po. Thank you, Doc Rhea, for allowing me to say that. Okay, sino pa?
My question po from SDO Manila. I have a student that is performing well in class. Then I found out in a little while he's murmuring and smiling but no one is with him. Siya lang po mag-isa. My question is, what will be my first step to do this kind of behavior that my student is having? Paano ko ito sasabihin sa magulang po?
Okay, now, let's look at this. Now, kung murmuring lang, Tanggalin muna natin yung smiling ha. Tanggalin muna natin yung smiling. Kung murmuring lang, pwede mong masabing self-talking. Okay, self-talking. Now, karamihan sa mga special kids, they have, okay, meron tayong tinatawag na echolalia. Echolalia is yung narinig nila, inuulit-ulit nila. Narinig nila sa iba, inuulit-ulit nila. That is echolalia. Okay, or pwedeng yung sarili niya, inuulit-ulit niya, it's called palilalia. Okay, ang alam niyo lang, echolalia is repeating others, palilalia is repeating self. So kung murmuring lang yan, murmuring lang yan, then it could be echolalia or palilalia. Kaso meron siyang kasamang smiling. Okay, now, pag may kasama ng smiling, so you have to check, baka merong psychological component yan, ma'am. Baka may psychological component. Kasi, or not unless, kasi kung napapadalas, no, the first thing you do, now, let's talk behavioral muna. The first thing you do, you observe the frequency. You observe the duration. Kasi kung siguro hindi naman niya madalas gawin, baka naman talagang may naisip lang siya at napangiti siya. Di ba? Ginagawa din natin yan. But if the frequency is escalating po, if the frequency is escalating, then you have to get a behavioral assessment. Kasi ang concern ko dito is not the murmuring, it's the smiling and murmuring. Pag smiling and murmuring, lalo na ganyan, nakakatakot, baka schizophrenic yan. So it's a behavioral. So ipa-check. Two areas po that you have to check there, ma'am. Dalawang areas. Number one, you check muna yung collect data. Ito na, mag-functional assessment ka na. Functional behavioral assessment ka na. You ask, indirect assessment. You ask, tanungin mo, nangyayari rin ba sa bahay o sa eskwela lang? So i-check mo na, sa bahay ba? Kung sa bahay, anong oras, anong kadalas, sinong kasama niya pag nagaganyan siya? Now, pag sinabi nga niya nila na meron, then you have to validate, you observe para i-validate mo. Now, pag totoo nga, sure ka na nandyan at meron pa. And then, you have to go for a professional na, ma'am. Kasi ito ang worry ko is the smiling and the smiling and the murmuring. Okay? So baka ano yan, ma'am?
Ma'am, may question po dito si Ma'am Rika. Hello, Doc. I have a student 5 years old and was diagnosed with ASD. He is very defiant inside the classroom and only wants to play. What kind of strategies will I use?
Ano,
very defiant.
Doc, ilang taon?
5 years
ilang
old.
taon?
5
years old. Tapos ang issue niya is defiant.
Opo, diagnosed with ASD.
Okay, now let's look at that, no? Now, pag sinabing mong defiant, pag sinabi mo kasing defiant yung bata, defiant ba siya sa lahat ng bagay or defiant lang siya pag meron siyang task na hindi alam or specific yung pagka-defiance niya? Can you answer that po, ma'am?
Hold on lang, ma'am, kasi nasa kabilang group siya. Wait po natin siyang sumagot, but we can go back to her question in a bit po.
Yeah, so we can go kay Sheng muna, Lirasan. Sabi niya, Doc, how to address a 4-year-old kid who is not interested in a paper pencil activity and at the same time he has no focus and eye contact except on gadget. See, this explains the whole thing, Ma'am Sheng. So una, titignan mo to, connect ito. Yung focus niya in paper pencil, wala siyang focus kasi fixated na siya doon sa gadget. So fixated na siya ang gadget. So sa behavior analytic term, Ma'am Ria, ang intervention dito is extinction. I'll explain it to you, the extinction. And Ma'am Sheng, you listen carefully. So may issue ka na dito, Ma'am Sheng. Now, meron siyang fixation sa gadget. Ang solution nito, Ma'am Sheng, hindi mo kukunin yung gadget sa kanya. Kasi pag kukunin mo yung gadget sa kanya, mag-aaway kayo. Magiging inis siya sa'yo kasi kinuha mo. Meron tayong term sa ABA, ang intervention mo dito ay extinction. Extinction. Ang ibig sabihin ng extinction is the source of reinforcement is no longer reinforcing. So ang source of reinforcement niya dito is yung gadget. Gawin mo yung gadget na hindi na siya reinforcing. So how do you do that? Tanggalin mo yung password, itago mo yung charger. Okay, tanggalin mo yung password, itago mo yung charger. So, hindi ikaw ang bad girl kasi hindi mo kinuha sa kanya yung hindi mo siya kinuha yung gadget sa kanya. Now, ano ang side effect nito? So listen everybody ha. There is a side effect to this. Ang side effect niyan, meron tayong tinatawag na extinction burst. Extinction burst. Pag kinuha mo yung gadget, magwawala muna siya. Magwawala. Magiging worse yung behavior niya. Ang tinatawag yun na extinction burst. Pabayaan mo lang siya. Pag alam na niyang talagang wala siyang magagawa, bababa din yung graph ng extinction burst niya. Okay, I want to show you how it looks like because this is very helpful. Teka lang ha, I'll check lang kung meron tayong para I can explain it to you. Okay. Now, I'll get screen share. Sana mabuksan ko ito ng malaki. Okay. Teka ha. Give me a screen share. So, I'll show you. Now, lalo na sa mga parents and teachers, I'll teach you this because this is very helpful. This is what we call an extinction burst. Teka lang ha. So, ito ang ibig sabihin nun. Yung example na yung gadget. Okay, so kunwari itong line na diretso na ito, naglalaro yung bata ng gadget. Okay, and he's enjoying it. Enjoy siya. So habang enjoy yung bata, very steady yung behavior niya. Very steady. Wala kang problema, wala siyang problema. Ngayon, pag nag-umpisa ka ng turuan, yun na. Wala na siyang focus, wala na siyang eye contact, hindi na siya interesado. So ang ginawa mo, yun na nga, tinanggal mo yung password or tinanggal mo yung password or tinago mo yung charger. So ang mangyayari yan, magwawala yung bata. Extinction burst yan. Una, ito behavior ito ha. So itong pataas na siya, resistance to extinction. Nagre-resist siya sa'yo. Magagalit siya kasi kinuha mo yung kanyang or in-stop mo yung iPad from being reinforcing. Hanggang mag-extinction burst na siya. Dulo. Now, pag alam niya na wala na siya talagang magagawa, wala na siyang magagawa, and then yung behavior niya, bababa na yan, mag-a-adjust hanggang makakalimutan niya. Then paminsan-minsan, pag alala niya, magagalit siya. Huwag mo lang pansinin. Ang nangyari kasi sa atin, parents and teachers, habang nasa extinction burst yung bata, tayo na ang bumigay. Sige nga, bigay mo na. Di ba? Ganun yung ginagawa natin. Sige na nga, bigay mo na lang, matigil lang. Then nawala na naman, balik ka na naman yan. Okay? So, ang isang example ng extinction burst, a very clear example ng extinction burst. Kunwari ikaw, alam mo yung vending machine, yung maglalagay ka ng coin tapos may soft drinks na bababa. Gusto mong bumili ng soft drinks, ilagay mo yung coins mo sa vending machine. Walang lumabas na soft drinks. Anong gagawin mo? Sipa-sipain mo yung vending machine, di ba? That is an extinction burst. Sipa-sipain mo yung vending machine. So, nung sinipa-sipa mo, at nakailang sipa ka na, walang lumabas, umalis ka na. Di ba? And then habang naglalakad ka, naalala mo na naman yung kinain na pera mo, nabwisit ka. But hanggang doon na lang. So that is a perfect example of extinction burst. Huwag kayong susuko pag nag-extinction burst yung bata, mawawala din yan. Ang mga parents kasi, bigay mo na lang, matigil na lang. Okay? Ma'am Sheng, tama ba yun? Ma'am Sheng, are you here? Ma'am Sheng?
Yes, Gina? Sige po. Yes po, Doc. Exactly.
So, ganun yung Ma'am Sheng ha. Ma'am Sheng, yun ang gagawin nyo. Lahat kayo. Kita mo, ito yung tinatawag na, kasi di ba lahat tayo, pag minsan, sige na, bigay mo na para matigil na. So anong nangyari? Hindi mo inalaw siya na umabot sa extinction burst niya. Dito pa lang sa resistance of extinction, sumuko ka na. Wala, talagang ganyan yung cycle mo. Hindi ka aabot dito. Hindi ka aabot yan. Ganon ang cycle mo. Yan ang cycle mo. Okay, good. Okay, thank you Ma'am Sheng. Geraldine Cruz, nag-raise ka ng hand. Geraldine.
Afternoon po, Doc.
Afternoon po.
Hello po. Good afternoon. Nag-open na po ako ng mic. Medyo mahirap pong ipaliwanag yung case na i-ask ko po.
Go ahead.
Narinig po ako. Okay po. So, ako po ay grade 3 teacher. Regular class po. So, 8 to 9 years old po yung mga batang hawak ko. And then po, meron po akong isang ASD student. He is 13 years old. So, medyo nag-hit na po siya ng puberty.
Okay.
So, meron po siyang ilang mga behavior na na-observe namin, which is sinabi ko na rin naman po sa head ng SPED namin and sa parent niya. So, yun nga lang po, medyo hindi pa rin po nababawasan yung
Babae, lalaki yan?
lalaki po.
So, anong ginagawa niya?
So, yung siguro po may mga nararamdaman na po siya sa sarili niya. So, yung pagpe-play po sa nipples niya, tapos po yung sa ay, hello po?
Lalaki ito ha, lalaki ito.
Yes
ha?
po.
Now, teka muna, freeze ka muna. So, let's go to the functions of the behavior. So, anong nararamdaman niya? It's sensory, right? Sensory.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, pag sensory, so yung mga ginagawa niya, so let's say sabihin na lang natin na ginagawa niya should be done in private.
Yes.
Now, I'll tell you ha, now ito, proven effective ko. Ginawa namin sa mga anak ko. And maybe makatulong ito sa inyo. I have two boys with special needs. Yun talaga yung worry ko noon, no? Pagdating ng puberty, na baka magkaroon sila ng genital touching or genital play in public. Yan yung horror of horrors ko noon. Na baka pag magkaroon sila ng ganon, to them, it's just a sensory issue. Walang malis. No?
Yes, ma'am.
Na kunwari, parang isipin mo lang na kinagat ka ng lamok, makati kinamot mo. Parang ganon din sa kanila. It's a sensory, no malis. But pag ginawa nila sa labas, nakikita ng iba, pinag-interesan sila, yun ang problema. So, ang dami naming meetings yan with my therapist. Ano bang gagawin? And then ang dami, so, until we came up with, something, and ginamit ko, and it's very effective. Pagdating sa ganyan, Ma'am Geraldine,
kahit anong gawin niya.
Wag
Hello.
mong sasabihin, Ma'am Geraldine, no, don't do that. Kasi pag sinabi mo, no, don't do that, the more they will do it. Okay. Pero pag sinabi mo naman na it's okay to do that, hindi rin tama yun. Kasi parang you're giving permission to do that. So ano yung ginawa namin? Ito yung naging effective sa amin. So hindi namin sinabi ang no or yes. Meron kaming keywords. So ano yung keyword namin? Every time na meron silang attempt, no, to touch, no, something in private, ang keyword namin is only in your room. So every time na may attempt na only in your room. Now, yan, matuturo mo yan, pero dapat maturuan mo rin muna sila ng waiting skill. Wait. Kasi ang una mong ituturo dyan, huwag kaagad only in your room. Kasi when you teach them in your room, wala namang waiting skill, hindi effective. So tuturuan mo muna ng waiting skill. Then, pag nakuha na nila yan, meron kang keyword, only in your room. So noon, pag may attempt na yung mga bata, ang keyword mo, only in your room. Kasi makikita mo na may attempt silang hahawakan, no?
Yes po.
Your room. So hanggang later, yung dalawang anak ko, sila na ang nagpapaalalahanan sa isa't isa. Okay. So sa first step kasi, meron tayong tinatawag na yun nga, yung genital touching. Then ang next step is mag-elevate na yun to genital play. Pagdating nga ng ibang level, iba naman na yung keyword mo. Ang keyword mo dyan is private time. So they need na private. And then after that, tuturuan mo na sila ng hygiene. So it's now again, let's go back to yung natin. Dapat it has to be socially valid. Now, let's go back to that, Ma'am Geraldine. Kung ang turo mo ay only in your room, wala namang sariling room yung bata. So it's not socially valid. Tama? So, make it socially valid. So talk to the parents that there is a part in their house na dapat for that particular purpose. Na kung may urge siya to touch, go to your, whatever, name that place, no, corner or whatever, go to your corner. Go to your. So, now, sorry, ang never say, wag niyong gamitin ang only in the bathroom, not bathroom.
Okay.
I'll tell you why not bathroom. Because everywhere may bathroom. Baka mamaya may urge sila. Kunwari na sa restaurant, family, biglang may urge yung bata, pupunta ng bathroom because mommy said it's okay or teacher said it's okay to do it in the bathroom.
Oh.
So use only in your room or only in your, lagyan mo niyang in your, dapat yung your sa'yo. In your, only in, never bathroom because, you know, hindi mo alam sabi ng isang therapist ko, ma'am, orasan natin. No, hindi mo yan naorasan. Yung urge, hindi mo naorasan. But you have to train them to wait, that they have to wait until they go to their corner or room or whatever and do their thing. So again, first thing, do not use no or yes. Use keywords. Use keywords. Okay. Number 2, assign a place. No, if they don't have their own room, assign a place. Never use bathroom. And then yung hierarchy mo, mag-check. You can use any keywords. Kami kasi only in your room and then later on private time. And then yung hygiene, you have to teach them the hygiene later on. Okay. Pero wag pa ituturo yan. Step by step yan. Step by step. Tinuro mo, ma-overwhelm. Saka, iba pa naman, pag bata pa lang yan, hindi, ano pa lang yan, yung mga ano lang, urge lang. Okay? Yes. So, I hope that helped, Geraldine.
Yes po, sobra. Kasi po, parang ako po, dahil ang babata pa po nung iba ng classmate. So, medyo, pag nakikita po siya, baka ma-curious din po yung ibang mga classmate niya or pagtawanan siya o kaya naman ay may ibang maisip.
Ang masakit yan, pag pinagtawanan siya, hindi nagustuhan niya yung attention, so he will display that in front of the class because then the function of the behavior is attention. So dati kung yung function ng behavior mo lang ay sensory, and then pag ginawa niya yung tumawa o naging curious yung classmates niya and he will like the attention, then nag-shift ka pa, naging sensory na, naging attention pa.
Yes.
Kita niyo yung ano? So yun, I hope nakatulong yan kasi naging effective yan sa amin. So, baka maging effective yan sa inyo.
Thank you so much po, Doc. Salamat po.
Very welcome.
Gina, there's another question from Ma'am Vanessa. She says, I have a student diagnosed with autism. With regards to class activity, palagi po siyang nahuhuli. Tapos iiyak pag hindi natapos. Do I have to wait for him always? Or siya po ba ang masusunod? Or will I just treat him like the other students po in regular class and ignore na lang po?
Okay. Usually kasi, yun na rin yung ano sa atin. Usually kasi, number 1, ang daming issues dyan. Ang daming issues dyan, no? Unang-una, ano yung program ng bata? Naka-inclusion program ba siya? Naka-inclusion program? Naka-regular program? Or parang sinaling pusa or sinama na lang siya doon, no? Kasi ang hirap yan yung challenge natin ng mga teachers. Pag sinama yung bata sa inyo na walang programa, hindi mo alam kung anong gagawin mo. Kasi to begin with, baka tinanggap mo pa yon as in-enroll doon sa klase mo yon as a regular kid. So kung in-enroll yon as a regular kid na may ASD ka, wala kang program. No? Assuming na meron kang program. Assuming na meron kang program. Dapat nandun sa program ang modification doon sa bata. Kasi hindi naman po pwede kasi ma'am na magfo-focus ka dyan at laging siya ang masunod. Hindi mo pwedeng isakripisyo naman yung 25 mong students for the sake of 1. Kaya very important yon. So number 1, ang kailangan mong hingin dyan ma'am is meron siyang programa. Meron siyang IEP. Kung walang SPED class yung ano nyo, kung walang SPED class yung estudyante nyo, then gumawa ka ng modification or accommodation. Yun lang. So, mag-stick ka doon, hindi naman pwede na nakafocus na siya ang unang-una, hindi pwedeng siya ang masunod. The only solution there that I can think of, provided na wala siyang programa, is modification. So modification, ganito yan ma'am, ibig sabihin ng modification and accommodation. Modification, kunwari yung exam ng bata mo ay 20 items, siya 10 items lang. Okay, so ganun yung modification na po pwede mong gawin yan. So ang isa pang pwede, kunwari essay, sila 5 paragraph, siya isa lang. So yun, by the time na matapos siya, sabay siya ng classmate niya. So yun yung modification. Pero yan talaga, alam mo, awang-awa ako sa mga karamihan ng mga teachers natin kasi yun nga, paano mo hahawakan ng ang daming estudyante, wala kang katulong, tapos mag-isa ka lang. So it's really, really very, very difficult. Ang hirap po niyan. Now, hindi natin pinapractice sa Pilipinas, but I want you to know the correct way of understanding it. Okay. Kasi ang nakikita ko kasi pag nag-iikot ako, nagbibigay ako ng mga talk sa mga teachers, iba yung understanding nila ng inclusion. I don't know yung ano sa DepEd or sa Pilipinas. Ang binibigay ko lang sa inyo is ano talaga. Nung dinesign nila yung IEP, nung dinesign nila yung inclusion, ito yung purpose. So maaring sa Pilipinas, meron na tayong nag-deviate na tayo para maging suitable sa ating need. No? But based on the history, we all know that merong batas, merong ideya. So ang ibig sabihin ng ideya is free access to appropriate education. So yung mga special kids may access to appropriate education through inclusion. Now, anong ibig sabihin ng inclusion? Ito lang ang gusto kong makorek. Ayun. Kasi ang understanding kasi ng karamihan ng inclusion, pag pinaghalo yung SPED at saka Gen Ed ng mga bata, that is already an inclusion. No, that is an inclusion na pinagsama mo lang, inclusion based on yung classroom setting. Ang totoong definition ng inclusion is hindi access to classroom, but access to general education curriculum. Access to general education curriculum in a least restrictive environment. So ang ina-access mo doon, yung curriculum, hindi yung pagsasama ng SPED at sa classroom. No, you are accessing the curriculum. Now, part ng ideya ay yung IEP. Kaya nga batas yan eh. Ang ideya is batas. Kasama sa batas na yon ay yung IEP. Ang IEP is a document na hindi mo pwedeng baguhin. And there are 4 kinds of IEPs. Dito kasi sa atin yung IEP isa catch all na yon, no? All na yon. 4 na klase ang IEP. Number 1 is individual family support something, basta pang ano yan, nakalimutan ko yung buong ano niya, but yan ay pang mga non-school age children. Individual family support program, yan yung mga non-school age children. Now, pag school age children na, yan yung tinatawag na IEP, hanggang 16 years old, IEP. And then, pag 16 onwards is called IEP transition. And then pag may behavioral issues, it's called BIP, Behavior Intervention Plan. Okay? Robert, Briones, okay? Kita ko na yung face mo. So okay yan, 4. But sa atin kasi it's catch all. It's parang IEP. Na, tama ba yung understanding ko, Ma'am Ria? Parang lahat kasi sa atin, parang IEP. But again, but again kasi dito, siguro inano na ng DepEd yon, parang inayos na para maging suitable sa ating requirements.
Yes.
Yeah, para maging suitable sa ating requirements. So, but yun lang, I'm telling you lang from yung legal and historical perspective. But sa atin, kung yan yung design ng then that's okay. Kasi sa atin nga, yan nga yung issue ko sa klase ko nga when nung nag-aaral ko sa ibang bansa, is yun nga, yung lagi kong sinasabi sa kanila, in the Philippines, we are not mandated by law to implement. Ang IEP, yung mga design na ganyan, gawa lang ng mga schools. Ang may control dyan ay schools, no, public or private, at saka yung mga teachers. Pero hindi yan yung batas na kailangan ano mo sa gobyerno. Okay? So yun yung ano natin. So yung question kanina, I feel you. So, yan ang mga issues ng mga teachers natin. Minsan kulang na tayo sa training, tapos yun nga, yung kulang pa tayo ng resources to implement a correct intervention. Parang ganyan nga, ma'am. Paano mo ma-intervention eh? Wala kang guideline, wala kang guide. Ito lang mangyayari, hindi mo alam kung effective yung intervention mo o hindi. Yun na nga, kaya nga tayo gumagawa tayo ng intervention without assessment. Kasi hindi natin alam, wala naman tayong training. So I really feel you. Okay, so sino pa, Doc?
Ma'am Gina, meron pong question, balikan natin yung kay Sir Nico kanina. Sir Nico Capote or Ma'am Nico. May we know po, kailan papasok ang role ni guidance counselor sa mga cases that needs intervention? Is it always to be sa aming teachers po muna when things are out of control, tsaka na po si guidance?
Now, kasi pagdating sa guidance, I cannot respond to that because that is outside my competency. Now, mine kasi is behavioral. But sa akin, very important yung guidance. Kasi ano na yun eh. Kasi when you say kasi guidance, you have to guide. Hindi lang yung bata, but the whole family, lahat yung buong environment niya is a guidance na yan. I'm not in the parang outside ng competency ko dyan. I think si Doc Grace can answer you better. You ask Doc Grace tomorrow kasi siya yung guidance counselor dyan po. When it comes to behavioral lang, I can answer you, no? Sa behavioral. Pag sa guidance. But ang masasabi ko lang dyan is everything starts with a suspicion. Pag may suspecha na kayo sa isang bata, you report right away. I-report mo sa parents, sa principal mo, or sa supervisor mo. Now, kung wala silang gagawin, at least as a teacher, nagawa mo na yung responsibilidad mo. Nasabi mo na. So report. You report. Yun lang. Huwag niyong pabayaan. Ngayon, ang disservice doon, pag may nakita ka, tapos hindi mo ni-report. Yan yung ano. Yun yung magiging problema doon. Okay, so any other questions pa po?
Ma'am Gina, there's a question from Sir Ronald. He's asking, he has a kindergarten pupil with red flags of autism and he likes to touch or open po my laptop, my phone, and our TV inside the classroom. I already talked to him gently, I talked to the parents, and I already came to the point that I shouted at him kasi ginagalaw niya po yung laptop, baka mabura yung files or mahulog. Paano po ma-address ang concern na ganito?
Okay, perfect. That's a perfect question. Now, ibabalik ko yung tanong sa'yo, sir. Based on that, you cannot address that behavior not unless you know the function. So what is the function of the behavior there? Number one, probably two. I can only think of two functions dyan, sir. Number one is your attention. Attention. Baka pag ginagalaw niya yung iPad mo or may ginagawa siya, bigyan mo siya ng attention. Or number two, tangible. He wants the laptop. So now, titignan mo kung alin doon yung function niya. And then pag nakita mo, sir, tignan mo yung binigay ko sa inyong mga suggestions for interventions. Okay, so now, kung attention, let's say, sige, kung attention, anong pwede mong gawin? Pwede kang mag-plant ignoring, no? Or pwedeng unahan mo siya, what do you want? Or do you want to talk to teacher? Kung attention yan, okay, ganon. So pag ano naman, pag tangible, and then kukuha ka ng something similar na pwede lang laruin. No, magbigay ka ng kung ano ba yung gusto niya sa laptop. Is it the color? Is it the size? Or is it the laptop itself? Then you look for something na functionally similar to that. So ang suggestion ko, tignan mo now. Good, that's a very good question. Tignan mo na ngayon doon sa mga recommendations na binigay ko. Dalawa lang ang tignan mo dyan, sir. Is the tangible or the attention. Okay? So yan. So kita nyo na ngayon paano nyo gamitin yung four functions of behavior. Very nice. So now you can control. You know what to do. Okay, so any other questions po?
Si Sir Edgar, ma'am, sabi niya po, my dear friend has a son who is diagnosed of ASD, 5 years old. Would it be better po as a mom, siya mismo ang mag-aral ng SPED? Currently, OFW pa po siya, nandito ang bata sa Pinas with grandparents. For now, under sessions po ang bata ng speech and special one-on-one sa SPED teacher. Tama lang po ba na mag-rely lang doon as the child grows? From
Now,
Sir Edgar.
Now, okay. That is a very good question. Now, yan ang mga problema ng mga OFW families na merong child with ASD. Let's look at the ano muna ha, yung nangyayari ngayon at yung scenario ngayon. So, karamihan ng mga OFW na nasa abroad, sabihin na natin kahit na nasa middle management sila, Doc Rhea, middle management. So kung middle management, therefore, yung kids nila ay entitled sa schooling. Okay, let's say na that's the scenario. Pero kung yung bata ay may special need, hindi covered yan ng insurance. Ay, hindi covered yan ng benefits nila. So ang nangyayari, it's either napakamahal kung doon nila paaralin at sama-sama sila, napakamahal. Or ang gagawin nila is papauwiin sa Pilipinas yung bata or uuwi yung nanay at saka yung bata. So naghihiwa-hiwalay yung family. Number one, meron akong programa na ganyan. Meron akong program. We will do therapy. Me and my team will give them the therapy. Sama-sama sila sa abroad. Yung fee nila is Philippine fee. So ang target kasi namin doon is to preserve the family. Okay, that's number one. Number 2, ang hirap talaga pag magkakalayo, sir. Whether neurotypical, meaning normal, or special yung bata, pag napalayo sa magulang, talagang nagkakaroon ka ng mga, hindi lang behavioral na, nagkakaroon ng psychological issue. Nagkakaroon yan ng, maaring ma-address mo nga through therapy, through speech, through OT, yung kanyang mga behavioral issues, pero magkakaroon yan ng psychological issue yung bata. Pangalawa, ang mga lola, mahal na mahal nila yung mga apo nila, pero yung pamamaraan nila yung traditional pa rin. Kaya yung sinasabi ko na yung mga parents na na OFW, ang laki ng nagagastos nila sa therapy, pero pagdating sa bahay, hindi supportive yung environment because the lola, no matter how she loves the grandchild, yung kanyang intervention ay sinauna. Okay, mga sinauna. Like me, isa ako sa mga example na yan. Ay yung sa therapy ko, tinuturuan ko yung mga anak ko ng independent living, I ask them to wash the dishes. Pag nakita ng mother ko and my mother-in-law, ito na siya, bakit mo pinapahugas yung apo ko? May kapansanan na nga yan. Pati plato nyo, pati kaldero nyo, siya pa ang maghugas. Yan. Kung gusto nyo, kukuha ako ng tagahugas nyo. Then you explain it to them. Listen sila, pero hindi rin nila susundin. So, sa mga ganyan, again, consistency. Wala na namang consistency, so hirap na naman. So, ang hirap. Now, ang next question mo dun, sir, is kailangan bang mag-aral yung mommy? Now, ang suggestion ko, ang mga parents, kailangan nilang mag-aral to know the correct intervention or to understand the intervention and know what is appropriate for their children. But based on experience, ang hirap pag nanay ka tas ikaw ang therapist. Hindi mo alam yung dividing line between being a mother and being a therapist. Now, may mga iba naman, syempre, nagtitipid din or cost cutting kasi mahal din. So they come to me, sabi niya, Gina, anong gagawin ko? Ganito ang gagawin mo. Dapat malinaw yung line between you being a mother and you being a therapist. So how do you do that? During therapy session, you are a therapist, not a mother. But outside the tabletop activities, you are a mother. It's not easy, but ang hirap, but again, syempre mahal din ang therapy. But ang key dyan is dapat yung magulang, you have to educate yourself. Kasi kahit na may pambayad ka ng therapist, kung hindi mo alam kung tama o mali ang ginagawa nila, ang hirap din yon. So dapat on top ka, alam mo. Na kahit may pambayad ka, alam mo, oy tits, parang hindi yata ganyan or parang ganun yata. So, ang question ko, ang suggestion ko diyan sa iyo, sir, okay, kung kakayanin nila, sama-sama sila, no? Kasi yung psychological problem iiwasan natin. And then kung yung nanay gusto niyang mag-aral, yes, yan yung the best, mag-aral siya. Now, kung gusto niyang maging therapist, pwede rin, pero dapat malinaw yung dividing line between that being a mother and a therapist. Kasi ako, lalo na ako, yung isang anak ko, ang hirap. Kung umpisa pa lang ng therapy mo, nandiyan ka pa lang, I need break. Di pa kayo nag-umpisa, I need break. I go wee-wee, I go ganyan, I go ganon. Tapos pag sinabihan mo naman, no, we have to do this, titignan kanya, no, I'm a special child. Make life easy on me. I'm a special child. Okay, pag nagalit naman ako, sasabihin niya, mag-therapy ka. So ang hirap maging ang hirap. So ganon. Dapat malinaw lang po. Yung mga mami dito na gustong maging therapist, malinaw yung para alam ng mga bata pag upo nyo na sa mesa, you mean business. Okay? So ganon po.
Ma'am Gina, last 2 questions na lang siguro kasi related
Thank you po.
to dun sa thank you, Sir Edgar. Sorry. Meron pong related question dun sa discussion natin kanina, si Ma'am Ruby Risa. Sabi niya po, in my SPED transition class, ganyan din po yung 16-year-old na learner ko, may autism. So often going to the toilet, in his 4th attempt of going to the toilet, I found out that he was playing with his genitals. So when is done playing, I told him to wash his hands with soap and sanitize his hands with sanitizer. I locked the toilet. Ang response po niya, naupo na siya sa chair at di na nag-try to go to the toilet. Tama po ba yung blocking response?
So now, Yung ano, Doc, sige Doc, tapusin mo yung
Yung
question.
may related po na tanong doon, okay lang po ba na to divert attention instead of playing his genitals, like do arts, for example? So related sila. Kay Sir Julius naman po yun.
Okay, now, Sir Julius, let's talk muna yung as human being, not as a special kid, no? You cannot divert that. If you divert that, iinit lang yung ulo niya. No, you cannot. There are things that you cannot divert. Number one, but it can be managed. So yun yung keyword natin. We will manage it and we will manage it correctly. Now, let's start muna doon sa isa, yung nagpunta sa banyo. Now, yeah, that is good because alam niya, he can discriminate where can he do it and where he cannot do it. Di ba? Maganda na yon because he can discriminate. Now, he can discriminate. And then that's correct also. Kasi ngayon, yun na, hindi mo na ituturo eh. Kasi pag hindi siya nakadiscriminate, ang hirap. Kaya lang banyo yon. So dapat, palitan mo na lang ng go to your room, no? Huwag mong stop at go. So redirection yon. I-redirect mo, go to your room. But that is very good because alam niya kung saan gagawin. Then yung ginawa mo na ituro ang hygiene, that is very, very good. Now, usually kasi ang hygiene na, ito yung hygiene 101, yung madali lang muna, is you give him a wet tissue and a dry tissue muna. And then later on na yung wash hands. Kasi yan, pagkatapos nilang maglaro, re-rest mo na yan, hindi mo na babangon kaagad. So, yun. So, yung ginawa, ano yung isa, nilock? Ano yung Doc? Nilock niya sa banyo?
After niya pong ituro yung hygiene, after po siguro matapos ng incident, nilock niya na yung toilet. So, naupo na po yung bata sa class and didn't try to go to the toilet anymore.
Because he's done na. Na-relieve na siya. And what the kid did, to me, that is good because hindi niya ginawa sa classroom. May iba kasi pwede yun eh. So, ang galing yun because number one, meron siyang discrimination. That is very good. May discrimination siya. Ang hirap ituro ang discrimination sa children with special needs. Siguro siguro if we want to address that properly, yun na nga, waiting skill and then in your room. Kasi ang waiting skill, you have to wait until you reach your house. No, you reach your house and you do there. No, so yun, and then the hygiene, that is very good. Now, yung follow-up question na yon, can we redirect or can we stop? No, you cannot. Pag yung urge nandiyan na, you cannot. But what you can do is you teach him the waiting skill nga. Yung waiting skill na sa kanya gagawin pag yun na nga, inappropriate But pwede mong ituro yung teach, hindi during the urge. Pag during the urge, you cannot do anything. So you have to do yung teaching mo pag wala yung urge yung bata. Ang dami akong cases na na mahihirap na ganyan. And then yun yung iiwasan natin is yung makamolestya sila and mamolestya sila. Basta yun lang ang importante is yung yung pag-appropriate naman yung behavior, nyo na lang, gawin yung mas appropriate pa. But ang importante dyan lang na gusto kong ma-take away nyo is no, huwag nyo sabing no or yes. Use keywords instead. You can come up with your own keywords. You can be creative. It's okay. Yeah, very, very okay yun.
Thank you, Ma'am Gina. Ang daming tanong pero siguro last na po ito and we can reserve the other questions for our other speakers. Si Ma'am Crystal po, tinatanong niya, paano po kung walang acceptance sa parents after explaining to them that the red flags of their child who is now in kinder?
Okay. Yan yung yan din yung issue ko. Kahit na nakita mo na yung red flag, sinabi mo sa parent, ay hindi bait niya sa bahay. Hindi well-behaved siya sa bahay, di ba? Kahit na nakita mo nang nanununtok ng nangangagat. Now, it's ang sa akin, okay, it's in one of my songs or I think poetry, I don't remember na kasi I wrote this long time ago. I want to sana maalala ko pa. Acceptance is the key to a beautiful beginning. Without acceptance, you cannot navigate autism challenges. Without acceptance, you cannot go forward. Now, kahit anong gawin nyo,
Kung walang acceptance yung parents, wala. So ano yung the best thing to do that is you encourage them to attend yung mga autism awareness training or autism awareness seminar. Pero ang hirap talaga, yan yung isa sa mga challenges ko rin ngayon. The only siguro or minsan, kasi ang sinasabi ko na lang pag yung parents yung ganyan, parang it's okay ma'am, I recognize. Ganito ha, I think baka pwede yung gamitin. Kasi itong ginagamit ko sa mga ganyan. Sir, ma'am, it's okay po, I recognize your emotion. But kung pwede po, can we start with the intervention now? Ngayon, kung yung intervention natin in the event na wala naman siyang autism, at least naging parang academic tutorial yan. And then when you say that, they will agree. Kasi ang sa akin naman, kahit na in denial ka, at least do something in denial ka. Kasi importante is ma-start nyo yung intervention nyo right away. Kasi lalo na pag yung sa mga bata pa yan, very important yung early intervention. Habang tumatagal yan, mas matagal nang turuan yung bata. Yung acceptance talaga, problema ng, lalo na pag, uniko iho yan, uniko iho, tapos siya yung aasahan nila for magtuloy na mga business nila. It's so difficult to yung acceptance na yan.
Thank you, Ma'am Gina. Meron pong mga nagtatanong if they can have daw po your contact details, where they would like to get in touch with you. May we share your email or what would you prefer?
Okay, I'll give you all my contacts. I can give, no problem. Usually, everybody, I always answer my messages. In the event na ma-delay ako ng konti, ibig sabihin nun may seminar ako or meron akong, but I answer within 24 hours. So, okay, my email is, isabihin nyo lang kung saan kayong group. Like, kunwari, Teacher Gina, galing ako sa I-Lead kay Ma'am Ria para I know. Okay? Okay, my email is Gina, Gina, .bermudo, BERMUDO @gmail.com. And then yung you can use sa messenger din, yung messenger ko or sa Facebook, it's just my name, Gina Luna Bermudo. That's it. And then you can see, and then mag-message na lang kayo.
We'll post it po later kasi po baka maraming gusto magpa-consult.
Yeah, then you can come. Okay, and I always and I try to help hangga't kaya. At saka pag hindi ko kaya, at isa pa mga teachers din, do not work outside your competency. Pag hindi nyo, kasi kahit na gusto nyong tumulong, kahit na nagnais nyong tumulong pag outside sa competency nyo, do not even try. Kasi imbes na makatulong kayo, baka mas makasira pa kayo ng intervention.
Tama po, yan din ang nire-remind ni Doc Grace. Alam din natin dapat kung hanggang saan lang po dapat yung gagawin nating intervention.
Hanggang saan? Pag hindi ko kaya, I refer. That's why si Dr. and we work in tandem because I handle the external behavior and she handles the internal behavior. Okay, remember yung discussion natin kanina? So kunwari siya yung sa mentalism, and then siya sa mentalism, ako sa structured behaviorism. Pag pinagsama mo yan yung ABA. That's the internal and the external. But me, ang focus ko kasi is more on the external kasi parang mas gusto ko kasi pag nasusukat ko yung behavior ng bata, yung intervention ko, yung improvement, at saka yung ako rin nasusukat ko rin ng Si Dr. Grace, magaling yan. Magaling si Dr. Grace. So, yun. And we work together, si Dr. Grace and I. So,
kaya po i-reserve natin yung ibang tanong sa kanya. Marami. Kung kailan, tama ka Ma'am Gina, kung kailan ending, tsaka sila magtatanong.
Ang tanong nyo kay Doc Grace, I'll tell you na, ang kay Doc Grace, tanong nyo yung mga, ang talagang specialty niya, yung mga internal behaviors, yung mga depression, mga anxiety. Yung may nagtanong kanina about smiling and you ask Doc Grace kasi may component na yun ng schizophrenic. When it comes to the external behavior, I can answer you, I can give you my opinion, and yung mga database na na mga nababasa ko, I can give you. Pero pag external kasi medyo hindi ko na yan expertise. Okay?
Okay. Siguro hanggang doon na lang muna yung mga questions po natin na hindi na-address this afternoon ni Ma'am Gina. Tomorrow po i-reserve po natin. Pero marami na rin po tayong mga takeaways for this afternoon. Final words, Ma'am Gina.
Especially yung sa sex education, yung kanina, that is very, very good because na-test ko na yan. Na-pilot test ko. So you can use that. So anyway, Doc Ria, maraming salamat po sa trust, sa tiwala. And as always, I feel honored and humbled to be a part of iLead. And, you know, I will always be here for you. And to everyone, I wish you luck. And again, kaya natin yan, tuloy-tuloy lang. But, you know, we can give our all to our students, but please do not forget also your well-being and mental wellness. Because hindi ka pwedeng magturo pag hindi ka, you know, mentally prepared. Okay? And enjoy your work. Be happy. That's it. So, good afternoon po.
Maraming salamat, Ma'am Gina. Lagi po kayong may time para sa ating mga teachers at para sa iLead. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po.
Thank you, everyone. So, I'll leave na, Doc, ha? Bye-bye.
Yes po, Ma'am Gina. Salamat po. Dear teachers, I hope this afternoon marami po tayong takeaways from Ma'am Gina. Pasensya na po dun sa mga hindi na address na mga questions, but we have 3 more sessions po with equally competent speakers to respond to these questions. So tomorrow morning po meron po tayong session about strategies for our diverse learners. So yung mga ibang questions po parang mas angkop na doon natin tanungin. At yun naman pong iba about the other behavior issues, pwede po nating tanungin din doon sa isa pa nating speaker for tomorrow afternoon naman po si Doc Grace. Kaninang umaga po hindi po tayo nakapag-picture. Maaari po bang yung mga nandito pa sa ating Zoom, pwede po bang buksan lang natin saglit po ang ating camera so that we can document your presence also this afternoon. So I hope po by this time na-accomplish na rin po natin yung ating attendance link. Sir Melvin, can you take care of the gallery photos in the other Zoom as well? Ready na po ba? I will just go po from one gallery to the next. Medyo matagal lang po, pero we can do this. Okay, smile lang po tayo. Yung attendance link po natin, nasa FB group page lang po siya. Pwede nyo pong balikan. Next gallery po. Next gallery. Okay, next gallery po. Next gallery. Next gallery po. Gallery po tayo. Okay, end na po yun. Okay, thank you po for participating this afternoon. And I hope po that we've had a lot of takeaways from this afternoon session. Ma'am Gina is really an expert in behavior analysis. So sana po with her presentation as well as for the sharing of our teachers, marami po tayong napulot that we can use in our own classes and also apply to our own learners. Her presentation po, we will share in the FB group page in a bit po, as well as the assessment tools that she was sharing with us, that these are behavior assessment forms po that you can use You can apply po pag meron kayong learner na napapansin niyo po may kakaiba sa kanya. Pwede niyo pong gamitin yun or assess all your learners in general po para makita natin if there are issues or concerns that we need to address or we need to be worried about. We need to relate to the parents. Simpleng mga tools lang po yun para makatulong po sa ating mga teachers. So i-upload din po natin yon sa ating FB group page. Don't worry po, yung pong lahat ng presentations of all of our speakers, we will put them po, all of it, in our FB group page para po hindi na kayo nagfo-photo habang ongoing po yung ating discussion. Now, I think we're ready to answer our assessment for session 1. Andun po yan sa ating assessment tool also uploaded on our FB group page. So, session 1 po, yung shinare po sa atin ni Ma'am Gina kanina. So, pwedeng-pwede na po nating sagutan yung ating assessment for session 1. Tomorrow po, whole day po tayo. We start at 8:30 in the morning. At 8 a.m. po, mag-open na, before 8 a.m., mag-open na po yung ating Zoom. So, we hope to see you back tomorrow morning and also tomorrow afternoon dahil whole day po tayo. Maraming salamat po. God bless everyone. I hope you enjoyed our first session. Thank you po.